Welcome to Scary Phantom, where the eerie meets the soothing. Every night I bring you thrilling horror stories that not only send chills down your spine but also help you unwind for a peaceful sleep. Relax, listen, and let the stories take you away to a world where the dark is both exciting and calming. The sea was unusually calm that night, black as pitch with no moon to guide us, just the hum of the engines and the soft lapping of waves against the hull of the MV Eternity. I'd been on countless cargo runs across eastern waters over the past 8 years, but something about this journey felt different from the moment we left port. The air tasted metallic, and the stars seemed to blink in patterns I'd never witnessed before. "Abbas, come look at this," Samir called out from the stern. As the ship's security officer, I was used to crew members calling me over for trivial matters, usually contraband they'd found or disputes that needed settling. But Samir's voice carried an edge I hadn't heard before, a tremor that made my skin crawl. The crate sat on the deck, weathered and ancient, its wood warped by decades, perhaps centuries at sea. About the size of a small trunk, it bore no shipping labels, no identifying markers. Only strange, intricate carvings adorned its surface, faces contorted in agony, their mouths frozen in permanent screams. I crouched down, examining the craftsmanship. The faces seemed to shift with the shadows cast by our flashlights. "Has anyone opened it? Are you insane?" Victor stepped back. "Look at those faces. Whatever's inside shouldn't be disturbed." The captain arrived moments later, his weathered face hardening at the sight of the box. 25 years at sea had instilled in him a deep respect for its mysteries and dangers. "Get it off my ship," he ordered immediately, his voice cutting through the night air. "Shouldn't we check what's inside first?" I suggested. "It could be valuable." The captain's eyes met mine with unusual severity. "In my experience, Abbas, things that appear mysteriously on ships in the middle of the ocean are never valuable in ways you want. What if it's a distress container?" I persisted. "Some sort of message?" "Then the message is already clear," he said, turning to leave. "Throw it overboard by morning." That's an order, but I couldn't let it go. As security officer, I told myself it was my duty to investigate unidentified objects. The truth was simpler and more dangerous. I was curious. That night, while most of the crew slept, I smuggled the box to my quarters. Under the dim light of my cabin, the carving seemed even more detailed, more alive. The wood felt unnaturally warm beneath my fingers, like fevered skin, and as I traced the outlines of the tortured faces, I could have sworn I felt them breathe. Their lips seemed to quiver, begging to speak. A faint, rhythmic sound emanated. From inside, not quite a heartbeat, but something unsettlingly similar, like wet meat being pounded. I should have listened to the captain. I should have thrown it overboard while I still could. Instead, I secured it beneath my bunk, promising myself I would examine it properly in the morning. As I drifted off to sleep, I could have sworn I heard whispers, distant at first, then growing louder until they seemed to fill the room with their desperate pleas. 3 days of increasingly restless sleep, of waking drenched in sweat with no memory of my dreams beyond a lingering sense of dread. 3 days of hearing that box call to me, though I told myself it was just my imagination. The captain had been asking about it, wondering if I'd followed his orders. I lied, told him I'd watched it sink into the depths, the first lie I'd ever told him in 8 years of service. Tommy, our mechanic, noticed my exhaustion during dinner on the 4th night. "You look like death," he said, sliding a bottle of whiskey across the table when the others had gone. "This might help." Tommy was in his 50s, a grizzled veteran who'd seen more oceans than most men had seen streets. His weathered face bore the marks of a hard life, a scar across his left cheek from a bar fight, hands perpetually stained with engine grease no amount of scrubbing could remove. But it was his eyes that told his true story, haunted by something he never discussed. "I've been having trouble sleeping," I admitted, accepting the bottle. "Ship's too quiet," he nodded, understanding. "Sometimes I miss the old rust buckets. They creaked and groaned like living things." We drank well into the night, and perhaps it was the alcohol that loosened my tongue, or perhaps it was the need to share the burden with someone else. Whatever. The reason I told him about the box. "Show me," he said immediately, his eyes suddenly sharp despite the drink. I hesitated. The captain ordered it overboard, and yet here it is. Tommy grinned. "Come on. I've seen my share of oddities at sea. Let me have a look." I shouldn't have taken him to my cabin. I shouldn't have shown him the box, but in that moment, sharing the secret felt like relief. Tommy circled the box, running his fingers over the carvings like I had done. "Extraordinary," he murmured. "I've never seen craftsmanship like this." "Do you recognize the style?" I asked hopefully. He shook his head. "Not the style, but the feeling it gives. I felt something similar before. On a ship near the Arctic Circle. We found something in the ice." He trailed off, lost in memory. Then, with a sudden decisiveness, "We should open it." "The captain said—" "The captain isn't here," Tommy interrupted, already searching for a way to pry it open. "And we're not throwing it overboard until we know what's inside." I wanted to stop him. I should have stopped him. But curiosity overcame caution, and I found myself helping him look for the seam of the lid. There was no lock, only a simple wooden latch carved to resemble a serpent devouring its own tail. When Tommy lifted it, the lid creaked open with surprising ease, as if the box had been waiting for this moment. Inside was nothing but darkness, a darkness deeper than seemed possible, as if we were looking into a bottomless well rather than a wooden container. A putrid odor rolled out, the stench of something long dead yet somehow still rotting. "Empty?" I frowned, leaning closer. Tommy's face changed. All the color drained from it as he stared into that impossible darkness. He wasn't seeing emptiness, he was seeing something I couldn't. "My boy," he whispered, his voice suddenly childlike. "My little boy, how did you find me here?" "Tommy?" I touched his shoulder, but he didn't seem to hear me. "I'm sorry," he continued, tears streaming down his face now. "I should have been there. I should have been on shore that day. If I'd been there, you wouldn't have gone into the water alone." Horror dawned on me as I realized what was happening. Tommy had once mentioned a son, just once, during a drunken night years ago. A son who had drowned while Tommy was at sea. "Close." I urged, reaching for the lid. "Tommy, it's not real. It's not him." But Tommy pushed me away with surprising strength. "Don't you touch him." He snarled, his eyes wild. "He's come back to me. My boy's come back to me." What happened next still haunts my dreams. Tommy reached into the box, his hands disappearing into that impossible darkness up to his elbows. His expression of wonder turned to confusion, then to pain, then to absolute terror. He tried to pull back, but something had him. He screamed, a sound no human throat should be capable of making. As his arms were pulled further in, the bones snapping audibly as they were forced at unnatural angles. I grabbed him around the waist, trying to pull him free, but the force from within the box was impossibly strong. Tommy's body began to twist, his spine contorting as if invisible hands were wringing him like a wet cloth. Blood gushed from his mouth as his internal organs ruptured under the pressure, and while he kept screaming his son's name. With one final sickening crack, Tommy's body went limp. The invisible force released him and he collapsed to the floor, his limbs twisted at impossible angles, his face frozen in an expression of absolute horror. But his eyes were worse. They remained open, bulging from their sockets, and in them I could see not the emptiness of death, but the presence of something else entirely. Something that was not Tommy. The box lid slammed shut on its own. I stood there paralyzed with shock for how long I couldn't say. Tommy's blood pooled around my feet, black in the dim light of my cabin. What remained of his body barely resembled a human form anymore, a grotesque sculpture of broken bones and ruptured flesh. Eventually, survival instinct took over. I had to get rid of the evidence. If the captain found out I'd kept the box, that it had somehow killed Tommy. I wrapped Tommy's remains in my bed sheets, struggling not to vomit at the way his bones shifted unnaturally beneath the fabric. At 3 a.m., I carried the bundle to the deck, checking carefully that no one was around. The night was moonless, the perfect darkness to hide my crime. I whispered a broken apology as I tipped the bundle over the rail, watching as it disappeared into the black water below. But the box, I couldn't bring myself to touch it again. Not yet. Something told me it wouldn't let itself be discarded so easily. When I returned to my cabin, I found the blood was gone. The floor was spotless, as if Tommy had never been there. Only the box remained, sitting innocently on my table, the carved faces seeming to smile now rather than scream. The next morning, Tommy's absence was immediately noticed. The captain organized a search of the ship, but I knew they wouldn't find him. I said nothing, did nothing to raise suspicion, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw Tommy's twisted body, heard his impossible screams. Maria, our first mate, cornered me in the corridor outside the mess hall. A tall, severe woman with calculating eyes. She had never been particularly friendly, but she was observant. Too observant. "You were drinking with Tommy last night," she said. It wasn't a question. "For a while," I admitted. "He went back to his cabin around midnight." She studied my face. "His bed hasn't been slept in. Maybe he fell asleep somewhere else. You know how he gets when he drinks?" "Perhaps." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "But he never misses a morning check of the engines. Not once in 7 years." I shrugged, trying to appear unconcerned. "He'll turn up." "Yes," she agreed. "One way or another, we always find what's missing on a ship. There's nowhere to hide in the middle of the ocean." The subtle threat in her words followed me throughout the day. By evening, the mood on the ship had darkened. Tommy was well liked, and his disappearance had everyone on edge. Whispers of accident or suicide spread through the crew. Someone suggested he might have fallen overboard during the night, drunk and disoriented. The captain ordered all storage areas and unused compartments searched again. As security officer, I had to participate, pretending to look for a man I knew we would never find. The guilt was a physical presence, a weight on my chest making it difficult to breathe. That night, alone in my cabin, I stared at the box. It seemed to have grown somehow, though I knew that was impossible. The carved faces watched me, their expressions seeming to shift between agony and ecstasy when I wasn't looking directly at them. "What are you?" I whispered. No answer came, at least not in words. But deep inside I felt something stir, a knowledge that wasn't mine, a memory of ancient power trapped and waiting. The box didn't speak, but it made me understand. It fed on fear. Tommy's deepest fear, his guilt over his son's death, had been its first meal on our ship, and it was still hungry. Sleep eluded me. Every time I drifted off, I heard Tommy's screams, saw his body twisting. When I finally fell into an exhausted slumber near dawn, my dreams were filled with faces, the carved faces from the box, morphing into the faces of my crewmates, their features distorting in terror. I awoke to screaming. Real screaming, not from my dreams, coming from somewhere below decks. I threw on clothes and ran toward the sound, meeting other crew members in the corridors, all of us converging on the storage area near the bow. The captain arrived first, using his override key to open the locked door. The screaming had stopped. By then, replaced by a terrible silence, Maria was inside, or what remained of her. She was wedged halfway through a small maintenance hatch, a space barely large enough for a child to crawl through, certainly not large enough for an adult human body. Yet somehow, her body had been forced through it, compression fracturing every bone, rupturing organs, tearing skin. Her face, grotesquely distorted by the pressure, still wore an expression of absolute terror. "How is this possible?" the captain whispered, his face ashen. No one had an answer. No human could have done this to her. The hatch was too small, the compression too complete. It was as if some impossible force had tried to push her entire body through a space it could never fit. As the ship's doctor examined the body, I noticed Something clutched in Maria's twisted fingers, a small piece of paper. When no one was looking, I pried it free. It was a page from her personal journal. On it, she had written a single sentence over and over. I can't breathe in tight spaces, I can't breathe in tight spaces, I can't breathe in tight spaces. I knew then what had happened. Somehow the box had found her, had shown her the small maintenance hatch and made her deepest fear, claustrophobia, manifest in the most horrible way imaginable. The captain ordered her body to be wrapped for burial at sea and placed the storage room off limits pending his investigation. But what investigation could explain this? What rational process could make sense of a woman crushed through an impossible space? As the crew gathered for Maria's sea burial later that day, I observed their faces. Fear had taken root, not just grief or shock, but primal fear. They knew as I did that what had happened to Maria defied natural explanation. Raphael, our chief engineer, approached me after the ceremony. A stocky man with perpetually oil-stained hands and a quiet intelligence, he had been Maria's closest friend aboard the ship. This wasn't an accident, he said quietly. The captain thinks... I don't care what the captain thinks, Raphael interrupted. Maria would never have gone into that storage room alone. She hated confined spaces. Everyone knew that. I said nothing, guilt churning in my stomach. Something is happening on this ship, he continued, his voice barely above a whisper. First Tommy disappears, then Maria dies in an impossible way. It's not natural. What are you suggesting? I asked, though I already knew. Raphael glanced around to ensure we weren't overheard. The old sailors have stories about things that find ships in the open ocean, things that don't belong in our world. Superstition, I said automatically, but without conviction. Is it? His dark eyes bored into mine. You're hiding something, Abbas. I can see it in your face. If you know what's happening here, you need to speak up before someone else dies. I almost told him then. The words were on the tip of my tongue, a confession about the box, about Tommy, about everything. But fear kept me silent. Fear of what the crew would do to me when they learned I was responsible, and deeper fear of what the box might do if I betrayed it. I know nothing, I lied. Raphael didn't believe me. I could see it in his eyes. But he didn't press further. He simply walked away, shoulders hunched as if carrying an invisible burden. That night, unable to face returning to my cabin where the box waited, I volunteered for an extra watch. The captain, concerned about the crew's mental state after Maria's death, agreed that no one should be alone for too long. I patrolled the quiet corridors of the ship, listening to the hum of engines and the occasional creak of metal against the sea. Around 2 a.m. I smelled smoke, faint at first, then stronger, the acrid scent of electrical fire. I ran toward the engine room, shouting the alarm as I went. By the time I reached it, thick black smoke was pouring from the doorway. Inside, through the haze, I could make out flames spreading across one wall of control panels, and in front of them, illuminated by the hellish glow, was Raphael. He wasn't moving to fight the fire or escape. He was standing perfectly still, staring into the flames with an expression of absolute terror. Even as the heat blistered his skin and melted his uniform to his flesh, he remained motionless, paralyzed by something only he could see. "Raphael," I shouted, pulling my shirt over my mouth against the smoke. "Get out." He didn't seem to hear me. His lips were moving, saying something I couldn't hear over the roar of the flames. I tried to reach him, but the heat was too intense, driving me back. Other crew members arrived with extinguishers, fighting to control the blaze before it could spread to the fuel systems. By the time we managed to suppress the worst of the fire, Raphael was beyond saving. His body was charred beyond recognition, little more than a blackened husk in the shape of a man. But his eyes, somehow his eyes remained intact, wide open, filled with the same terrible awareness I had seen in Tommy's. The box had claimed another victim. Later, when the captain was interviewing everyone about the fire, I learned that Raphael had had a pathological fear of burning since childhood. He had seen his home burn down, had been trapped inside until rescuers broke through. The fear had never left him, and somehow, the box had known. had used that fear to feed itself. 3 deaths in 5 days. Tommy lost to his guilt, Maria crushed by her claustrophobia, Raphael consumed by his fear of fire. Each death more terrible than the last, each victim facing their deepest fear in the most horrific way imaginable. With each death, I felt the box growing stronger. I had hidden it in ventilation duct outside my cabin. I couldn't bear to sleep with it anymore. But distance didn't matter. I could feel its presence, a malevolent awareness spreading throughout the ship like poison. And worse, I could sense its hunger growing. The crew was unraveling. Whispers of a curse spread from mouth to mouth. Some believed we had angered the sea. Others spoke of vengeful spirits or ancient evils. Arguments broke out over nothing, dissolving into fistfights that the captain struggled to control. No one slept properly anymore. Dark circles shadowed every pair of eyes. People jumped at shadows, avoided being alone, watched each other with growing suspicion. And all the while, I said nothing. Did nothing. Paralyzed by my own guilt and fear. 1 week after finding the box, I realized I could hear it calling to me. Not with words exactly, but with a pull I felt in my mind, my soul, a siren song of temptation and dread. Open me again, it seemed to say. See your fear, embrace it. I resisted. Each night I lay awake, fighting the compulsion to retrieve the box from its hiding place. Each night the call grew stronger. The faces I had seen carved in the wood began appearing in my dreams, speaking to me in languages I didn't understand, but somehow comprehended on a primal level. They promised power, knowledge, freedom from fear, if only I would submit to it first. I began to avoid the other crew members, afraid they would see my secret written on my face. The captain watched me, with growing suspicion. Another death would happen soon. We all felt it coming, like the pressure drop before a storm. On the 9th night, exhausted beyond reason, I finally gave in. I retrieved the box from its hiding place, my hands trembling as I carried it back to my cabin. It felt heavier than before, pulsing with a life of its own. I set it on my desk and stared at it for hours, fighting the urge to open it again. The carved faces seemed more distinct now, more alive. I recognized some of them, Tommy, Maria, Raphael, their death agonies now preserved in the ancient wood. "What do you want from us?" I whispered. The room grew colder. The air thickened, becoming difficult to breathe. And then impossibly, one of the carved mouths moved. "Everything," it whispered back. I scrambled away, my back hitting the wall. The voice wasn't in the room. It was in my head, slithering through my thoughts like a parasite. "Your fear is exquisite," it continued. So many layers. Fear of failure. Fear of judgment. But underneath them all, your true fear, the one you hide even from yourself. "Stop," I begged. "Loneliness," the voice pronounced with terrible satisfaction. "Your deepest fear is being truly alone, abandoned, forgotten, no one to mourn you, no one to remember." I covered my ears, but it made no difference. The voice was inside me now. "That's why you've never left this ship in 8 years. Why you cling to these people who barely know you. Without them, who would you be? What would remain of a bus?" "Shut up," I screamed. "Get out of my head." A knock at my door silenced the voice. I froze, trying to control my ragged breathing. "Abbas?" It was the captain. "Who are you talking to?" I glanced frantically at the box. I couldn't let him find it. "No one, sir. Just a nightmare." "Open the door." My heart pounding, I threw a blanket over the box before unlocking the door. The captain stood in the corridor, his face haggard with exhaustion and worry. Behind him stood Vikram and Nasir, 2 of the deckhands. All 3 men looked grim. "May I come in?" the captain asked. Though it wasn't really a question, I stepped aside, painfully aware of the blanket-covered box on my desk. The captain entered, his eyes scanning the small cabin. Vikram and Nasir remained in the doorway, blocking any escape. "The crew is frightened," the captain said without preamble. 3 dead in just over a week. People are talking about dark forces, curses. He fixed me with a penetrating stare. And they're talking about you. Me? I tried to sound surprised. You were the last person seen with Tommy. You found Maria's body. You were first to the engine room when Raphael died. He counted off on his fingers. And you've been acting strangely since before any of this started. We're all under stress, I began, but he cut me off. What's under the blanket, Abbas? My mouth went dry. Just some personal items. Show me. For a moment I considered refusing, even fighting. But what would that accomplish? The captain was right to suspect me. I was responsible for everything that had happened. With a shaking hand I pulled the blanket away, revealing the box. The captain's face drained of color. Is that what I think it is? The crate we found on deck? Yes, I admitted, the word barely audible. You told me you threw it overboard. His voice rose in anger, then dropped to a horrified whisper as understanding dawned. This thing, it's connected to the deaths, isn't it? I nodded miserably. It feeds on fear. It finds what terrifies you most and makes it real. And you kept it after I ordered it destroyed? The betrayal in his voice cut deeper than any blade could have. How many more will die because of your disobedience? I didn't know, I pleaded. I didn't understand what it was until it was too late. The captain shook his head, disgust evident in every line of his face. We'll deal with your punishment later. Right now we're getting rid of this thing. He reached for the box, and terror seized me. Don't touch it. Too late. His fingers brushed the wooden surface. The effect was immediate. The captain went rigid, his eyes widening as he stared at something none of the rest of us could see. A tremor ran through his body. No, he whispered. No. It's not possible. They wouldn't. Not after all I've done for them. Captain? Vikram stepped forward, concerned. The captain turned, but his eyes looked through us rather than at us. They're coming, he said, his voice unnaturally calm. All of you. You've been planning this all along, haven't you? The mutiny. What mutiny? Nasir asked, confused. Don't lie to me, the captain roared suddenly. I can see it in your faces. You're going to overthrow me, throw me to the sharks. I realized with horror what was happening. The box had found the captain's fear, losing control of his ship, of being betrayed by his own crew. Captain, it's not real, I said desperately. It's the box, it's showing you your fears. But he wasn't listening anymore. With surprising speed for a man his age, he lunged at Nasir, hands going for the younger man's throat. Traitor, mutineer, Vikram tried to pull him off, but the captain fought with unnatural strength, driven by the terror the box had planted in his mind. It took both men to subdue him, and even then he continued to thrash and scream accusations. Lock him in his cabin, I ordered, taking charge in the midst of chaos. And tell no one what happened here, not yet. After they had dragged the struggling captain away, I turned back to the box. It seemed to pulse with satisfaction, the carved faces leering at me in the dim light. It had to end. I had to destroy it before anyone else fell victim to its power. But how? Throwing it overboard clearly wouldn't be enough. It had found its way onto our ship from somewhere else in the vast ocean. Burning? Breaking it apart? I wasn't sure anything would work, and attempting to destroy it might only make it angry. Needed to understand what it was first, and there might be a way to find out. The captain's quarters were larger than any other cabin on the ship, befitting his status. With him now restrained in the medical bay, sedated after his apparent psychotic break, I had the opportunity to search without interruption. What I was looking for, I wasn't entirely sure. Some clue, some piece of information that might help me understand the box and how to destroy it. The captain was the most experienced sailor among us. If anyone had encountered something like this before, or heard stories that might be useful, it would be him. His cabin was meticulously organized as I'd expected. Logbooks arranged by year, navigation equipment carefully stored, personal items minimal and functional. It took hours of searching before I found anything promising. A locked drawer in his desk that wouldn't yield to my security master key. Whatever was inside, he had wanted it especially secure. I ended up breaking the lock with a letter opener, feeling a pang of guilt at the violation that was quickly forgotten when I saw what lay within. A leather-bound journal, far older than any of the ship's logbooks. The cover was weathered and cracked, the pages yellowed with age. It wasn't the captain's. The handwriting inside was different, the language archaic. The dates at the top of the pages went back nearly 300 years. As I turned the brittle pages, a chill ran down my spine. Sketches filled the margins, sketches of a box identical to the one in my cabin. The same carved faces, the same pattern of whorls and symbols. The journal was written in an old dialect, making it difficult to decipher completely, but certain passages jumped out with terrible clarity. May 17th, 1723. We have been becalmed for 23 days. The men grow restless. Yesterday, Wilson found a strange container floating alongside the ship, carved with faces most disturbing to look upon. The captain ordered it brought aboard, thinking it might contain valuables or a message. Would that he had left it to the deep. May 18th, 1723. Jacobs opened the box tonight in the crew quarters. Found it empty, he said, but afterward fell into a state of terrible agitation. Claimed to see his brother dead these past 5 years. None else could see this apparition. By morning, Jacobs was dead, his body contorted as if by unseen hands. The faces on the box seem altered somehow, more numerous. May 25th, 1723. 3 more dead, each seeing their greatest terrors made flesh before succumbing. The captain tried to throw the accursed thing overboard, but it reappeared in the hold the following morning. It hungers, I believe, feeds upon our fears and grows stronger with each soul it claims. God have mercy on us all. The entries continued, documenting the deaths of an entire crew over the span of weeks, each more horrific than the last. Only the journal's author survived to record the final entry. June 12th, 1723. I alone remain. The ship is a tomb floating upon endless waters. I have learned the truth of the box from papers found in the captain's quarters. It was created in ancient times as a prison for something best left unnamed, a being of pure terror that feeds upon fear itself. The box was crafted by 7 mystics who sacrificed their own fears to bind it, their faces becoming the first carved upon its surface. But the bindings weaken with time. It requires periodic renewal, a sacrifice of 7 souls, each confronting their greatest fear. Without this sacrifice freely given, it will eventually break free entirely. Heaven help any world into which it is born fully. I have not the courage to make this sacrifice myself. Instead, I seal this account in hopes that whoever next encounters the box might succeed where we have failed. The ritual is described in the enclosed pages. May you find more courage than I. My hands trembled as I turned to the final pages, which contained detailed instructions for a ritual, a way to reseal the box and the entity within. The requirements were horrifying. 7 people who understood the nature of the box and still chose to confront their greatest fears while touching it. A willing sacrifice, not the unwitting victims the box had claimed so far. How had the captain come to possess this journal? Had he encountered the box before? I had no answers, but I finally understood what we were dealing with. Not just an evil object, but a prison for something far worse. Something that was growing stronger with each death, closer to escaping entirely. I had to stop it. 7 of us would need to make the sacrifice, but first I had to convince the others of what we were facing. A nearly impossible task on a ship already rife with suspicion and fear. As I left the captain's cabin, journal in hand, I felt a presence behind me. Turning, I saw Vikram standing in the shadowy corridor, watching me with unreadable eyes. "What did you find?" he asked quietly. I hesitated, then made a decision. The truth. About the box. About everything. I held up the journal. And maybe a way to end this. I gathered the remaining senior crew members in the mess hall. Vikram, Nasir, Omar the ship's doctor, Fareed the communications officer, and Ji-hun the navigator. 6 of us, including myself. 1 short of the 7 needed for the ritual, but the Yuwa, only ones I trusted enough to approach with the truth. The captain remained sedated in the medical bay. The rest of the crew had been told he was ill, nothing more. We couldn't risk a full-scale panic. I placed the box in the center of the table, everyone flinching away from it, and explained everything. How I had kept it against orders, Tommy's, death, how it had fed on each victim's deepest fears, and finally, what I had learned from the ancient journal. "This is insanity," Omar said when I finished, running a hand through his gray-streaked hair. "Entities that feed on fear? Ancient, binding rituals? We're rational men on a modern vessel." "Then explain what happened to Tommy, to Maria, to Raphael," I challenged. "Explain how the captain, the most stable man among us, suddenly became convinced his crew was plotting against him." No one had answers. "Even if everything you say is true," Ji-hun said quietly, "you're asking us to willingly face our worst fears, fears powerful enough to kill the others. Why would any of us agree to that?" "Because the alternative is worse," I said grimly. "According to the journal, the box is weakening. The entity inside is growing stronger with each death. If it breaks free completely," I let the implication hang in the air. We had all seen what it could do while still partially contained. None of us wanted to imagine what it would be capable of unconstrained. "There's another problem," Fareed pointed out. "The ritual requires 7 participants. There are only 6 of us." "The captain would be the 7th, Vikram suggested. Omar shook his head. "He's in no condition. The sedatives would interfere with the ritual anyway." A heavy silence fell over the group as we contemplated our options. Finally, Nasir spoke up. "I'll do it," he said firmly. "Whatever my worst fear is, it can't be worse than watching more people die." One by one, the others nodded in agreement. Even Omar the skeptic eventually conceded. "I still think this is madness, but I'm out of better ideas." According to the journal, the ritual had to be performed at midnight, when the veil between worlds was thinnest. We agreed to meet in the ship's cargo hold, the largest open space available and far from the rest of the crew's quarters in case something went wrong. As we dispersed to prepare, Vikram pulled me aside. "Are you certain about this?" he asked, his voice low. "What if the ritual fails? What if we're just offering ourselves up to this thing? Then we die," I said simply. "But if we do nothing, we all die anyway. And then it escapes to find another ship, another crew, more victims." He studied my face for a long moment. "You've changed, Abbas. A week ago you were hiding this thing, lying to save yourself. Now you're ready to sacrifice everything." I had no answer for him. Perhaps guilt had transformed me, or perhaps I had simply reached the limit of what horrors I could witness without action. Either way, there was no turning back now. The hours, until midnight, stretched endlessly. I spent them reading and rereading the ritual instructions, committing every detail to memory. The others I knew were making their own preparations, writing letters to loved ones they might never see again, settling affairs as best they could. At 11:30, I retrieved the box from my cabin, feeling its power vibrating through my hands. It knew what we were planning. I could sense its rage, its hunger, and beneath it all a trace of fear. The first time I had felt anything like vulnerability from it. The cargo hold was dimly lit when I arrived, the vast space filled with shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. The others were already there, standing in a loose circle around a clear area where we would perform the ritual. Their faces were grim, determined, but I could see the terror they were fighting to control. We all knew that the moment we began, the box would fight back with everything it had, showing us horrors beyond imagination. "Is everyone ready?" I asked, placing the box in the center of our circle. Nods all around. though some more hesitant than others. "Remember," I said, "whatever you see, whatever you experience, it isn't real. It's the entity trying to break you, to feed on your fear. You have to acknowledge the fear but not let it consume you. According to the journal, that's how we bind. And by facing our fears directly while refusing to be destroyed by them." "And if we can't?" Omar asked quietly. I had no comforting answer. "Then we die, and it grows stronger." I opened the ancient journal to the page with the ritual words. The language was archaic, the pronunciation difficult, but I had spent hours practicing. As the ship's bell distantly struck midnight, I began to read aloud, the others joining in where indicated. The effect was immediate. The temperature in the cargo hold plummeted, our breath fogging in the suddenly frigid air. The shadows deepened, congealing into shapes just at the edge of perception. The box began to vibrate, then to shake violently, the carved faces seeming to detach themselves from the wood floating in the air around us. "Now," I shouted. "Touch the box and face your fear." We all reached forward as one, placing our hands on the vibrating wood. The world dissolved around me. I was alone. Utterly, completely alone in an infinite darkness. No ship, no companions, no sound but my own breathing, no sensation but the racing of my heart. This was my deepest fear: isolation, abandonment, being forgotten by the world. In the distance, a pinprick of light appeared. As it grew closer, I realized it was the box, floating in the void. From within it came voices, the voices of my crewmates calling for help, screaming in agony. "They're dying," a voice whispered from the darkness. "They're dying, and you're alone again. Always alone. No one remembers you, no one mourns you, no one knows you exist." I felt myself beginning to break, the fear overwhelming my resolve. Then, I remembered the ritual words: "Acknowledge the fear, but do not let it consume you." "Yes," I said into the void. "I'm afraid of being alone, of being forgotten. It's why I cling to this ship, to these people. But I accept this fear. It's part of me, but it doesn't control me." The darkness seemed to recoil slightly. "You're lying," it hissed. "You're terrified. I can taste it." "I am terrified," I agreed. "But I'm still here. I'm still fighting, and I'm not alone." I reached, out in the darkness, not with my physical hand, but with my mind, my will, seeking the others who I knew must be facing their own nightmares. One by one, I felt them. Vikram battling visions of drowning, Nasir confronting the mutilated ghosts of family members he had left behind, Omar facing his fear of helplessness as patients died under his care, Fareed surrounded by hostile voices, speaking languages he couldn't understand, Jihun lost in an endless maze with no path home, and beyond them, a seventh presence I hadn't expected, the captain, somehow conscious despite the sedatives, facing his fear of betrayal and loss of control. 7 of us, as the ritual required. 7 fears acknowledged, but not surrendered to. The entity raged against our defiance, throwing ever more horrific visions at each of us. I saw my own body decaying in an unmarked grave, saw future generations living with no knowledge I had ever existed. I saw the ship continue without me, my small cabin reassigned, my possessions discarded, my name forgotten within weeks. "This is what awaits you," the darkness promised. "This is your truth." Perhaps, I acknowledged, but it's not my present. Right now I exist, I matter, and I choose to face my fear. Something shifted in the void. The box, still floating before me, began to pulse with a different energy, no longer threatening but containing. The carved faces that had been suspended in the darkness were pulled back toward it, one by one, like moths drawn to flame. "No." The entity's voice thundered. "You cannot bind me again. I will show you true horror. I will—" Its threats cut off abruptly as the final face reattached to the box. A blinding light erupted from within it, so intense I had to shield my eyes, even in this non-physical realm. When the light faded, I found myself back in the cargo hold, still touching the box alongside the others. But the box had changed. The carved faces were different now, no longer anonymous visages of agony, but our faces. My face, and those of my 6 companions, our expressions not of torment but of grim determination. We had become the new binding, our confronted fears, the new seal. Omar was the first to pull his hand away, staggering backward. Did it work? Before anyone could answer, a violent tremor ran through the ship, nearly knocking us off our feet. The overhead lights flickered, then went out completely, plunging us into darkness until the emergency systems activated, bathing everything in a dim red glow. "What's happening?" Farid shouted over the sudden blaring of alarms. The entity, I realized with growing horror. It's making one final attempt to break free. Another tremor, stronger than the first. The sound of metal tearing echoed through the hold, followed by the rushing of water. "We're taking on water!" Ji-hun shouted. "We need to get to the lifeboats!" The box sat innocuously on the floor where we had left it, looking like nothing more than an antique curiosity. But I knew better. The binding was incomplete. The ritual had weakened the entity, had begun the process of resealing it. But our fears hadn't been strong enough to finish the job. It was using its remaining strength to sink the ship, to kill us all in one final act of vengeance. "Go," I ordered the others. "Get to the lifeboats, evacuate the crew." "What about you?" Vikram demanded. I picked up the box. "The ritual isn't complete, it needs one more thing. A guardian willing to watch over it, to ensure it's never opened again." "No." Nasir shook his head. "That's not in the journal. You're making that up." "I'm improvising," I admitted. "But I'm right. I can feel it. The entity is weakened but not fully bound. Someone needs to finish this." Another violent shake threw us against the walls. The sound of rushing water grew louder. "There's no time to argue," I said. "Go. Save yourselves and the others." One by one, reluctantly they left, heading for the upper decks to organize the evacuation. Only the captain remained, having appeared in the cargo hold during the ritual despite his sedation. "You knew this would happen," I accused him. "You've seen this box before?" He nodded wearily. "Once, many years ago on my first ship. We threw it overboard then. I never imagined it would find me again." "You should have destroyed it." "I didn't know how," he said simply. "And now you'll die trying." "Maybe," I acknowledged. "But better one death than many more. Go, help evacuate the crew." He hesitated, then clasped my shoulder once before heading for the exit. "Good luck, Abbas. You were always the best of us, even when you didn't believe it yourself." Then I was alone with the box. Water was beginning to pool around my feet, icy cold from the depths. The ship groaned and creaked, dying around me. I didn't have much time. I knelt on the flooding floor, placed my hands on the box, and closed my eyes. I didn't know any rituals or magic words that could complete the binding. I only had my will, my acceptance, and my sacrifice to offer. "I know what you are," I said to the entity within. "I've seen what you can do, and I'm still not afraid of you anymore." The box grew hot beneath my hands, burning my skin, but I held on. "You feed on fear, but fear is just one part of human experience. There's also courage, sacrifice, love." The burning increased, the pain almost unbearable now. The water had risen to my waist, its cold a sharp contrast to the box's heat. I accept. I fear of being alone, of being forgotten. I embrace it as part of myself, and I choose willingly to be your guardian, to take you somewhere you can never harm anyone again. Something changed. The burning sensation transformed into a different kind of heat, not painful but powerful, flowing up my arms and into my chest. I could feel the entity raging, struggling, but also weakening as the binding took hold. The carved face that bore my likeness on the box began to glow. I understood then what was happening. My willing sacrifice, my acceptance of both my fear and my fate, was completing the ritual in a way our earlier attempt had not. Water reached my chest now, the ship tilting dangerously. I had minutes at most before it sank completely. But I wasn't afraid anymore. The entity made one last desperate attempt to break free. Visions flashed before my eyes. Not just my own fears now, but every horror it had inflicted throughout its existence. Centuries of terror, of feeding, of breaking minds and bodies. It showed me what it had done, what it could still do if I released it. I held firm. "I see you," I told it. "I see what you are. And still, I choose to be your prison." The glow from the box intensified, becoming a pillar of light that surrounded me. The carved faces, my face and those of my companions, seemed to smile now rather than grimace. The binding was complete. As water closed over my head, I clutched the box to my chest. I had failed to throw it overboard when the captain first ordered me to. Now I would take it to the depths myself, becoming its tomb, its guardian for as long as necessary. My lungs burned, demanding air that wasn't there. Darkness crept in at the edges of my vision, but there was a strange peace in it too. Acceptance of my fate, knowledge that my sacrifice meant something. In my final moments of consciousness, as the ship sank deeper into the abyss, I thought I heard voices, not the malevolent whispers of the entity, but the voices of those who had died before me. Tommy, Maria, Raphael. They seemed to welcome me, to thank me. Perhaps I wasn't so alone after all. Epilogue. The fishing vessel found them drifting in 2 lifeboats 3 days later. 23 survivors from the cargo ship Eternity, which had sunk in calm seas with no distress call and no explained cause. An investigation would later rule it a catastrophic hull failure, though engineers would be puzzled by the pattern of damage, which suggested the ship had been torn apart from the inside. The survivors told conflicting stories. Most spoke of a rushed evacuation in the middle of the night, of unexplained tremors and flooding. But 6 of them, the captain, the ship's doctor, the navigator, the communications officer, and 2 deckhands, told a different story in their private journals. And nightmares. A story of an ancient box carved with faces, of an entity that fed on fear, and of the security officer who had sacrificed himself to bind it. None of them ever went to sea again. Years later, a deep-sea exploration vehicle, mapping the ocean floor, thousands of meters below the surface, captured unusual images near the wreck of the Eternity. Amid the scattered remnants of the ship sat a perfectly preserved wooden box, seemingly untouched by the pressure or the passage of time, and beside it, impossibly, the figure of a man, not a corpse decomposed by years underwater, but a form that appeared to be made of the same wood as the box, his face a perfect match for one of the carvings on its surface. The exploration team reported equipment malfunctions shortly afterward. The images were dismissed as artifacts of those malfunctions, the reports filed away and forgotten. The coordinates of the anomaly were mysteriously deleted from all records. And in the cold, crushing darkness of the deep, Abbas continues his endless vigil, the last guardian of the box, alone but not forgotten. At least, not by the entity he keeps imprisoned or by those few who survive to tell his story. His fear realized yet transcended, his sacrifice eternal. The box remains closed. For now. The sea was calm that morning as I made my way down the rusted ladder into the lowest hold of the deep harbor. My boots clanged against each metal rung, the sound echoing in the cavernous space below. The stale air grew thicker as I descended, carrying the unmistakable scent of salt water mixed with diesel and the faintest hint of rot. A normal smell for an aging cargo vessel, I'd always thought, though something about it seemed more pronounced that day. As loading master on the deep harbor, I'd spent 5 years ensuring every container, every pallet, and every loose cargo item was properly secured and balanced. The vessel was a mid-sized freighter built in the late 1990s with 7 cargo holds spread across its 180-meter length. Not the largest ship I'd worked on, not the newest either, but she'd been reliable. Until now. "Morgan, you down there yet?" Chief Officer Pavel Volkov's voice bounced down the shaft, impatient as always. Just reached the bottom, I called back, switching on my flashlight to supplement the dim emergency lighting. Starting the inspection now. Make it quick. We're behind schedule already, and the captain wants the loading to start by 0900. I didn't bother responding. Pavel and I had developed a professional understanding over the past 3 years. He pushed for speed, I insisted on thoroughness, and we met somewhere in the middle. A necessary tension that generally produced good results. The lowest hold. 7 was the smallest, tucked away in the aft section below the waterline. We typically used it for high-density cargo that needed to be kept low for stability reasons. Today it sat empty, awaiting a shipment of machinery parts bound for Singapore. My inspection routine was methodical. Check the bilge wells for water accumulation, inspect the tank top for any cracks or deformation, examine the cell guides and lashing points for damage, and test the fire suppression systems. Standard procedure, performed countless times. I moved systematically through the space, sweeping my flashlight across the metal floor and up the bulkheads. Everything looked normal until I reached the aft port quarter, where a section roughly 3 meters square caught my attention. There was nothing visibly wrong with it, the same gray-painted steel as the rest of the hold, but something made me pause. Perhaps it was the way the light seemed to fall differently on that particular patch, or how the ambient sounds of the ship changed slightly when I stepped onto it. A subtle wrongness that triggered the instinct that develops after years at sea. Following protocol, I removed the laser measuring device from my belt to check the hold's depth against the ship's specifications. The device was simple. Point, click, read the digital display. The hold depth should be uniformly 12.2 meters, 40 feet in old maritime terms, from tank top to hatch combing. I pointed the device at the deck by my feet, then at various points around the hold. Consistent readings everywhere, 12.2 meters, give or take a centimeter. Then I directed the beam at the anomalous section. The device beeped, and the display read 74.3 meters. That couldn't be right. I reset the device and tried again. 25.8 meters. Frowned, tapping the device against my palm before making a third attempt. This time the screen flashed, "Error, no return signal." "What the hell?" I muttered, moving to stand directly on the unusual section. The steel felt solid beneath my boots, no different from the rest of the hold. I stomped once, twice. The dull thud sounded normal, though perhaps with a slightly hollow quality that might have been my imagination. I knelt and ran my hand across the surface. It was cold, colder than the surrounding deck despite being part of the same continuous structure. There were no visible seams or welds to indicate a repair or modification. According to the ship's plans, this was original plating from when the vessel was constructed in Gdansk, Poland. My radio crackled. "Morgan, what's the holdup?" Pavel again, his accent thickening with annoyance. "I found something unusual in the aft port section," I replied. "My measuring equipment is giving inconsistent depth readings." "Inconsistent how?" "It's showing depths of 70 to over 100 meters in a section that should be 12 meters and sometimes no reading at all." A pause, then, "Your equipment is malfunctioning. Do a visual inspection and move on." I already did. "The area looks normal, but then there's no problem," he cut in. "We need that hold certified for loading by 0830. I clicked off the radio with more force than necessary, shoving it back into my pocket. This was typical Pavel, dismissive of anything that might delay his schedule, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was genuinely wrong. I made a quick note in my inspection log about the anomalous readings, adding that a follow-up with more accurate equipment was recommended. Then I completed the rest of my checks and climbed back up to report that the hold was structurally sound and ready for cargo operations. Pavel barely glanced at my report before signing off on it. "See? Nothing to worry about," he said, already turning to address the waiting stevedore foreman. I should have pushed harder, should have insisted on a more thorough investigation. But in the hierarchy of a merchant vessel, the chief officer outranked the loading master, and I had other holds to inspect before loading began, so I moved on, unaware that I had just encountered the edge of something impossible, something that would eventually consume the deep harbor, and many of those who sailed on her. That night, in the officers' mess, I sat with Elias Chen, the second engineer, picking at a plate of overcooked pasta, while the ship gently rolled with the harbor swells. "You look troubled, James," Elias said, using my first name as he always did off-duty. At 58, he was the oldest crew member and had been at sea longer than some of the cadets had been alive. His face was a map of wrinkles, deeply etched, around eyes that missed nothing. I twirled pasta around my fork, watching it unravel before I could get it to my mouth. "Found something strange in hold 7 today." "Strange how?" He leaned forward, lowering his voice, though we were alone in the mess. I explained the anomalous readings, the cold spot, the subtle wrongness that had triggered my concern. Elias listened without interrupting, nodding occasionally, his expression growing more serious. "And Pavel dismissed it?" "Of course he did. You know how he gets when we're behind schedule," Elias grunted, setting down his fork. "I don't like it. That hold has always been different." "Different? How?" He shrugged, suddenly evasive. "Just maintenance issues. Bilge pumps fail more often there than elsewhere. Electrical problems. Could be coincidence." Something in his tone suggested it wasn't. "Is there something you're not telling me, Elias?" The old engineer glanced toward the door, then back at me. "There are stories about this ship, James. Crew talk." "What kind of stories?" "The kind old sailors tell. Bad luck, strange occurrences, nothing concrete. But..." He hesitated. "But what?" 8 minutes later, Pavel emerged, looking annoyed but unperturbed. "There's nothing down there, Morgan," he said, brushing dust from his coveralls. "The deck is solid, no depressions, no voices. I checked the area you specified thoroughly." "But that's impossible," I protested. "I don't know what you saw," he interrupted, "but I'm telling you that hold is normal. Perhaps you should take the rest of the day off. You look like you could use some sleep." The implication was clear. He thought I was hallucinating from fatigue or worse, and maybe he was right. Maybe the stress of back-to-back voyages had finally gotten to me, causing me to imagine impossible phenomena. But I couldn't shake the memory of the black substance, the teeth embedded in it, the voices rising from solid steel. "I'm fine," I said stiffly. "I'll supervise the loading as planned." Pavel studied me a moment longer, then nodded. "Good. We start loading hold 7 in 20 minutes. I expect you to be there." As he walked away, I realized I was facing a choice: continue to press an issue that no one else could verify, potentially risking my professional reputation and position on the ship, or keep my concerns to myself and proceed as if nothing had happened. In that moment, standing on the rain-slicked deck with the harbor fog closing in around the deep harbor, I made the decision that would haunt me for years to come. Loading hold 7 proceeded without incident that afternoon. I supervised the operation with heightened vigilance, watching for any sign of the anomaly manifesting, but the deck remained solid beneath the heavy machinery parts being lowered into position. The stevedores noticed nothing unusual, and as the hold filled with cargo, my earlier experience began to seem increasingly dreamlike. Had I truly seen what I thought I had, or had it been some momentary hallucination brought on by the poor air quality in the empty hold? By evening, loading was complete, the cargo secured, and the deep harbor was preparing to depart with the morning tide. I completed my final rounds in a state of uneasy relief, telling myself that whatever had happened, real or imagined, was now safely buried beneath tons of cargo. That night, I joined several officers in the ship's small recreation room. The satellite TV was showing an old action movie that no one was really watching, the sound barely audible over the card game taking place at the central table. I sat apart, nursing a cup of coffee, still mulling over the events in hold 7. Elias entered, nodding to me before getting himself a cup from the percolator. "You look troubled again," he said, taking the seat beside me. "Still thinking about what we discussed last night?" "I saw something today," I admitted quietly, ensuring none of the others could hear. In hold 7, Elias's expression grew serious. What did you see? I told him everything. The depression in the deck, the coin and weighted line passing through solid steel, the black substance, the teeth, the voices. As I spoke, Elias's face paled, the wrinkles around his eyes deepening with concern. You told Pavel? He asked when I finished. Yes. He checked the hold himself and saw nothing unusual. He thinks I'm hallucinating from fatigue. Elias was silent, for a long moment, staring into his coffee cup as if it held answers. Maybe you were, he finally said, but his tone suggested he didn't believe it. You know something more, I pressed. What aren't you telling me? He sighed heavily. Just old stories, James. Nothing concrete. Tell me anyway. He glanced around the room, ensuring no one was paying attention to our conversation. They never found all the bodies, he said softly. What bodies? The plague victims, from the mass grave under the shipyard. According to the story, when they were relocating the remains for proper burial, they discovered that the grave was larger than initially estimated, much larger. But there was pressure to keep to the construction schedule, so they only excavated what they had to and built over the rest. A chill ran through me. And the deep harbor was built directly over. I chose to wait and watch. Captain Abbasi moved toward the source of the sounds, his flashlight trained on the deck. I wanted to call him back, to warn him, but found myself paralyzed with a mixture of fear and morbid fascination. As the beam of light passed over the area, I saw it, the depression in the deck that I'd observed before now much more pronounced. The steel seemed to ripple slightly like the surface of water disturbed by a gentle breeze. And below, visible through what should have been solid metal, movement. Shadowy forms shifting in depths that couldn't possibly exist within the physical structure of the ship. Captain, I finally managed, my voice hoarse. We should leave. Now. He looked back at me, his face a mask of disbelief and growing comprehension. For a moment I thought he would argue, insist on investigating further. But another cry from Novak seemed to break the spell. Yes, he said, moving swiftly back to us. Let's get Novak to medical, then we'll decide how to proceed. We left the hold quickly, practically carrying the increasingly agitated junior engineer between us. As the hatch clanged shut behind us, I could still hear those voices, now rising in volume as if angered by our departure. In the medical bay, the ship's medic, Dr. Ling, administered a mild sedative to Novak, who gradually became calmer but no more coherent. His ramblings continued, fragments about falling, about hands reaching up from below, about faces pressing against some kind of barrier, trying to get through. After ensuring Novak was stable, Captain Abbasi called Pavel, Murray, Dr. Ling, and me to the ship's conference room for an emergency meeting. I want explanations, he said once we were all seated. Starting with you, Morgan. You mentioned observing phenomena in Hold 7 before we sailed. I need details. I recounted everything I'd experienced and seen, not holding back any details this time regardless of how impossible they seemed. Pavel's expression grew increasingly skeptical, but he didn't interrupt. When I finished, Captain Abbasi turned to Pavel. Chief Officer Volkov, you were aware of these concerns? Pavel shifted uncomfortably. Mr. Morgan reported unusual depth readings in the hold. I inspected personally and found nothing abnormal. I attributed his concerns to equipment malfunction or possibly fatigue. And now? The captain pressed. After what we just witnessed? Pavel hesitated. I cannot explain what we saw and heard, but there must be a rational explanation. Such as? Murray challenged. I've been at sea 30 years, and I've never seen steel behave like that, nor heard voices coming from a solid deck. Mass hallucination, perhaps, Dr. Ling suggested, triggered by poor air quality or toxic emissions from the cargo. We all experienced the same thing independently, I pointed out. And what about Novak? He went down alone and came back traumatized. Dr. Ling frowned. His symptoms are consistent with severe psychological shock, but whether that was caused by an actual experience or a hallucination, I cannot say without further evaluation. Captain Abbasi rubbed his temples, visibly processing the situation. Whatever the cause, we have a potentially dangerous situation. Chief Officer Volkov, I want Hold 7 sealed immediately. No one enters without my explicit authorization. What about the cargo? Pavel asked. It remains secure for now, the captain replied. We'll monitor the situation and reassess if conditions change. Chief Engineer Murray, I want you to check if there are any structural issues that could explain what we observed. Hull stress, metal fatigue, anything. Murray nodded grimly. Aye, Captain, though I doubt conventional engineering will explain what we saw down there. Dr. Ling, continue monitoring Novak and report any change in his condition or any additional information he provides about what he experienced. Yes, Captain, the doctor acknowledged. Through the bridge windows I saw what had been described as unusual weather conditions, a sight that defied easy explanation. The sea around us churned violently, but in a localized pattern, as if the deep harbor sat at the center of a slowly forming whirlpool. The sky above had darkened to an unnatural purple-black, despite it being only mid-afternoon. No rain fell, but the air itself seemed to ripple, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. Morgan, Captain Abbasi acknowledged my presence without turning. Status report on the cargo holds. I was just about to inspect them, sir. Permission to check Hold 7 as well? Now he did turn, his expression grave. Denied. Hold 7 remains sealed. Focus on the other holds and ensure the cargo is secure. Captain, Pavel called from the radar station. Water depth is fluctuating. The sounder is showing readings between 200 meters and... This can't be right. 5,000 meters. The charts indicate this area should be approximately 1,800 meters deep, the navigation officer added, confusion evident in his voice. Captain Abbasi frowned. Check the equipment. Could be malfunctioning due to the conditions. All diagnostics show the system is functioning normally, sir, Pavel replied. But these readings are impossible. Another violent shudder ran through the ship, stronger than the previous ones. The lights flickered, then failed completely, plunging the bridge into momentary darkness before the emergency systems kicked in, bathing everything in an eerie red glow. The radio crackled to life. Bridge, this is engineering. We've lost main power. Switching to auxiliary generators now, but we're experiencing abnormal readings throughout the system. It's as if something is drawing power from us. Understood, engineering, Captain Abbasi responded. Maintain auxiliary power and stand by. For further instructions, he turned to me. Morgan, proceed with your inspection of holds 1 through 6. Report any anomalies immediately. Yes, sir, I acknowledged, turning to leave. As I reached the bridge door, a deafening metallic groan echoed through the ship, followed by a series of sharp reports like gunfire, the sound of overstressed metal giving way. Damage report. Captain Abbasi called. Before anyone could respond, the ship's intercom burst to life with a panicked voice. Bridge, this is Deck Cadet Williams on the aft deck. Something's happening to the ship. The metal is... It's moving, sir, bulging outward, like something's pushing from inside. And there are noises, voices coming through the steel. Captain Abbasi grabbed the intercom. Williams, maintain position but keep a safe distance from any structural anomalies. I'm sending the chief officer to your location. Pavel was already moving, pausing only to grab a handheld radio before rushing from the bridge. The captain turned to me. Morgan, change of plans. I need you to get to hold 7. Take a radio and report what you find, but do not, I repeat, do not enter without direct authorization. Understood, sir, I said, accepting a radio from the communications officer. And Morgan, he added more quietly, be careful. Whatever's happening, I believe it's centered on that hold. I nodded grimly and departed, making my way through corridors now lit only by emergency lighting, the red glow giving everything a hellish aspect. The ship continued to shudder periodically, the deck seeming to flex beneath my feet in a way that defied the structural properties of steel. Pavel answered, his voice low. 2 crew members went to prepare the portside boats. They reported that the davits were functioning normally, but when they tried to board the lifeboat, they found it not empty. A chill ran through me. Not empty how? They reported the boats were filled with what appeared to be human remains in an advanced state of decay, yet still moving, trying to climb out. Pavel's voice remained professional, but I could see the fear in his eyes. When they attempted to clear the boat, their tools passed through the apparitions as if they weren't physically present, yet the men swear they could feel resistance, could smell the decay. Captain Abbasi took over. We've verified that the starboard lifeboats are unaffected and are preparing them for launch. But we have another problem. We're still missing 3 crew members. Who? I asked, though part of me already knew. 2 stevedores who were working near Hold 3, and junior engineer Novak, who somehow escaped from the medical bay during the confusion. Novak was heading back to Hold 7, Dr. Ling reported, joining our group after stabilizing Petrov. My assistant saw him moving with purpose, as if responding to a call only he could hear. He was repeating the same phrase over and over. What phrase? Captain Abbasi asked. They're waiting for me, Dr. Ling said quietly. We tried to intercept him, but in the chaos of the evacuation, a sudden violent lurch threw us all off balance as the ship tilted sharply to port, then seemed to right itself with unnatural speed, as if pulled back to an even keel by some external force. We're out of time, Captain Abbasi decided. Chief, Officer Volkov, begin loading the starboard lifeboats immediately. Women and injured first, then remaining crew. Maintain order and proceed according to evacuation protocols. What about the missing crew? I asked. The captain's expression was pained but resolute. We'll continue searching until the last possible moment. But I will not risk the entire crew for 3 men who may already be beyond our help. It was the correct decision from a command perspective, I knew that. But the thought of abandoning Novak and the others to whatever was happening aboard the deep harbor sat like a stone in my gut. Sir, I said, let me do one final sweep of the area around Hold 7. That's where Novak was heading, and it's the likely epicenter of whatever this is. I might find him and the others. Captain Abbasi studied me intently. That's an unacceptable risk, Morgan. I'm not authorizing anyone to return to the lower decks, least of all to Hold 7. With respect, Captain, I've had more direct experience with the phenomena than anyone else. I might see something others would miss. I hesitated, then added, and I'm the one who first discovered the anomaly. In some ways, I feel responsible. This is not a matter of responsibility or guilt, Mr. Morgan, the captain said firmly. This is about survival and the safety of this crew. Before I could argue further, a new voice joined the conversation. Elias, looking exhausted and streaked with engine oil. Captain, the primary structural supports in the aft section are failing. At the current rate of deterioration, we have perhaps 30 minutes before catastrophic hull breach. Captain Abbasi absorbed this information with the calm of a veteran commander. Understood. Begin loading the lifeboats immediately. He turned, back to me. Morgan, you will assist with the evacuation. That's an order. I nodded reluctantly. Yes, sir. As the crew began moving toward the starboard lifeboats, another violent tremor shook the ship, stronger than any before. The deck beneath, our feet seemed to become momentarily insubstantial, as if we were standing on a membrane rather than solid steel. Several crew members fell, passing partway through the deck before it solidified again, trapping them. Their screams as they struggled to pull themselves free sent a wave of panic through the assembled crew. Maintain order, Pavel shouted, moving, to help those who were trapped. I joined him, and together we managed to pull 4 crew members free. The 5th, a young Filipino mess attendant named Rivera, was trapped more deeply, his legs fully submerged in what appeared to be solid metal. The perhaps, Elias mused. Or perhaps it was always there, a thin place between worlds that the grave and later the ship simply happened to occupy. The dead found a vessel in the deep harbor, a way to reach through to our world. We fell silent, contemplating the implications. Finally, I voiced the question that had been troubling me since our escape. What will happen to Novak and the others? Elias had no answer, and in truth, I didn't expect one. Some questions have no satisfying resolution. especially those that touch on the boundary between life and death, between our world and whatever lies beyond or beneath it. Part 3. The Aftermath. We were rescued the following day by a Philippine Coast Guard vessel that had received our distress signal. The official explanation for the loss of the deep harbor, as recorded in maritime logs, was catastrophic structural failure due to extreme weather conditions, a fiction that none of us challenged publicly. Who would believe the truth? The shipping company, eager to avoid scandal and liability, provided substantial settlements to all survivors in exchange for signed non-disclosure agreements. Only Captain Abbasi refused to sign, insisting on telling the truth in his official report, though it cost him his command and very nearly his maritime license. He now teaches at a naval academy in Mombasa, where his lectures occasionally touch on unexplained maritime phenomena, carefully worded discussions that never explicitly mention the deep harbor. As for the rest of the crew, we scattered to the winds, most seeking berths on other vessels, trying to outrun memories that could never be truly escaped. Some left the sea altogether, finding the familiar creak and sway of a ship's hull too reminiscent of what we had experienced. A few sought solace in religion, others in alcohol or drugs. 3 former crew members have since taken their own lives, leaving notes that spoke of nightmares, of voices calling to them across the barrier between worlds. I remained at sea, driven by a compulsion I couldn't fully articulate, a need to understand what had happened, to find some pattern or explanation that might make sense of the inexplicable. I began researching other incidents, other vessels that had experienced phenomena similar to what we had witnessed aboard the deep harbor. There were more than I expected. Most were dismissed as sailors' superstition or explained away as natural, phenomena misinterpreted by stressed or isolated crews. But some had elements that resonated with our experience. Steel behaving in ways that defied its physical properties, unexplained voices, crew members vanishing in impossible circumstances. 3 years after the loss of the deep harbor, I encountered Pavel again in a shipping office in Singapore. He had aged dramatically, his once dark hair now almost completely gray, deep lines etched around eyes that had seen too much. "Morgan," he greeted me with a wan smile. "Still chasing ghosts? Still looking for answers," I corrected, though in truth he wasn't far off. We found a quiet corner in a nearby cafe, where Pavel revealed that he had been conducting his own investigation, focusing on the salvage operations that had followed the official writing off of the deep harbor. "They broke up the hull for scrap," he said, his voice low despite the cafe's ambient noise providing cover for our conversation. "Standard procedure, but not all of it was melted down." "What do you mean?" I asked, feeling a familiar chill at his words. Pavel leaned forward. "Certain sections were deemed still serviceable. Parts of the superstructure, some deck plating, and structural components that appeared undamaged. Those parts were sold to shipyards in China, Vietnam, and Indonesia for incorporation into new vessels." The implications hit me immediately. If those sections were compromised, if whatever affected the deep harbor somehow infected the metal itself. "Exactly," Pavel nodded grimly. "I've tracked 3 vessels that I believe contain significant components from the deep harbor. All 3 have reported unexplained incidents within the past year. And sometimes, in the quietest hours of the night watch, when the ship creaks around me and the sea stretches endless in all directions, I swear I can hear Novak's voice whispering through the steel, calling my name, telling me they're waiting for me below, that they've saved a place for me among them. One day I fear I might answer that call, but not today. Today I bear witness. Today I remember the deep harbor and all those it claimed. Today I warn those who will listen about what lurks beneath the solid decks of ships that carry within them fragments of a vessel that brushed against something ancient and hungry, something that waits still in the depths below the depths, in the darkness beneath the darkness, patient and eternal and ever reaching upward toward the light. The ocean swallowed the sun like it did every evening, but tonight the darkness felt different. I stood at the railing of the dream horizon, watching the last crimson sliver vanish beneath the waves, leaving behind a void that seemed to reach into my soul. 2 weeks into our Pacific crossing, and the vastness of the water had begun to feel less like freedom and more like isolation. Beautiful sunset, wasn't it, Dr. Mercer? I turned to find Chief Engineer Vance leaning against the railing beside me, his weathered face illuminated by the deck lights that had automatically flickered on. He offered me a cigarette, which I declined with a small shake of my head. Beautiful and lonely, I replied. 2,000 miles from the nearest landmass has a way of putting things in perspective. Vance lit his cigarette, the flame briefly illuminating the deep lines around his eyes. At 57, he was the oldest crew member aboard and had seen more of the world's oceans than anyone else on the Dream Horizon. You get used to it, he said, exhaling a plume of smoke that quickly dispersed in the evening breeze. Though I admit I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Strange dreams. I studied him more carefully, noting the dark circles under his eyes. What kind of dreams? He shrugged, seeming almost embarrassed. Nothing worth bothering the ship's medical officer about. Just old man's nonsense. As the ship's medical officer, I'd learned to pay attention to the small things, the hesitations, the avoidances, the subtle shifts in behavior that often preceded larger problems. But I didn't press him. Out here, everyone was entitled to their private demons. Well, my door is always open, I offered instead, professionally or otherwise. Vance nodded and took another drag of his cigarette. Appreciated, Doc. Might take you up on that if these dreams keep getting worse. He flicked the half-smoked cigarette overboard where it briefly hissed against the dark water. Getting cold out here. I'm heading in. I watched him go, a solitary figure moving across the deck toward the interior of the ship. There was something in his gait, a slight hesitation, a tension in his shoulders that nagged at me, but I dismissed it as my own overactive imagination. 2 weeks at sea had made me hypersensitive to the moods and movements of the 58 other souls aboard the Dream Horizon. Little did I know that Vance's troubled sleep was just the beginning. The medical bay was located midship on sea deck, a sterile environment of white walls and stainless steel that contrasted sharply with the industrial aesthetic of the rest of the vessel. I'd claimed one corner as my office, personalizing the space with a few photographs. My sister and her kids in Seattle, my old medical school friends, a sunset over Puget Sound. Small anchors to the world beyond the endless blue. I was reviewing inventory records when a soft knock interrupted my concentration. Lydia Chen, one of our marine biologists, stood in the doorway. Like Vance, she bore the unmistakable signs of sleep deprivation. Bloodshot eyes, pallid complexion, a certain fragility in her movements. "Have a minute, Dr. Mercer?" she asked. Of course. I gestured to the chair across from my desk. "And it's just Nathan, remember? Doctor makes me feel like I should be wearing a lab coat and peering over reading glasses." She attempted a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. As she sat, I noticed her hands trembling slightly. "What can I help you with, Lydia?" She hesitated, eyes darting to the various certificates on the wall behind me as if questioning my qualifications for whatever she was about to share. "I've been having these dreams," she finally said, voice barely above a whisper. "They started 3 nights ago. Always the same. I'm lost in the ship's corridors, but they're wrong somehow. Longer, darker." Her fingers twisted together in her lap. "And something's hunting me." I leaned forward, interest piqued. "Hunting you?" She nodded, a shudder passing through her slender frame. "It calls my name, uses my mother's voice, my father's, sometimes my little brother's. But when I turned toward the sound..." She trailed off, swallowing hard. "What do you see?" I prompted gently. "Nothing human," she whispered. "Just glimpses, too many limbs, moving in ways that things shouldn't move. And the worst part is, I think it's real." I raised an eyebrow. "Real?" "I keep waking up in different places." Her voice cracked slightly. "Last night I woke up in front of the cargo hold door on E deck, the night before in the galley. I've never sleepwalked in my life, Nathan." I made a note in my tablet. "Have you been under unusual stress lately? Problems sleeping before these dreams started?" She shook her head. I was sleeping fine until this. Any change in medication? Alcohol consumption? Recreational substances? Standard questions, though. I knew Lydia wasn't the type. Nothing, she confirmed. I've been taking the same antihistamine for years, 1 glass of wine with dinner, maybe. That's it. I nodded, making another note. And have you discussed these dreams with anyone else on board? Just Vance, she admitted. He mentioned having trouble sleeping, so I asked if he was having nightmares too. Something cold settled in my stomach. And was he? Her eyes met mine, wide and frightened. The same ones, exactly the same, exactly. By the end of the week, 7 crew members had approached me with virtually identical accounts. Nightmares of being pursued through impossible versions of the ship's corridors by something that called to them with familiar voices. All 7 were experiencing sleepwalking, and all 7 had either spoken directly with someone already affected or had spent significant time in their company. In my 15 years of medical practice, I'd never encountered anything like it. The shared details were too specific to be coincidence or suggestion. Something was happening aboard the Dream Horizon, something outside the scope of conventional medicine. I brought my concerns to Captain Rivera during our weekly briefing. A 20-year veteran of commercial shipping, Rivera had the calm, measured demeanor of someone who had weathered literal and figurative storms with equal composure. But even his impassivity faltered as I outlined the pattern emerging among the crew. 7 people with the same nightmare, he said, brow furrowed. That's unusual. More than unusual, I replied. It's unprecedented. And there's more. I hesitated, aware of how my next observation would sound. The dreams seemed to be spreading, like contagion. Rivera's office fell silent except for the ever-present hum of the ship's engines and the soft ping of navigational equipment. Outside his window, the endless Pacific stretched to the horizon, a reminder of our isolation. Contagion, he repeated, testing the word. You're talking about some kind of psychological phenomenon? Maybe. I shifted uncomfortably in my chair. Though I've never heard of shared dreams transmitting from person to person like a virus. Rivera leaned back, fingers steepled before him. What's your professional assessment, Doctor? The question hung between us. My professional assessment should have involved stress, suggestion, environmental factors, rational explanations for irrational experiences, but the pattern was too precise, the spread too methodical. Honestly, I don't know, but I recommend we monitor the affected crew members closely. If this continues to spread, we could be looking at serious sleep deprivation issues that might compromise safety. Agreed, Rivera said, his face grave. Keep me updated daily. And Nathan, he paused, uncharacteristic uncertainty crossing his features. Be careful. Whatever this is, I don't want you compromised as well. As I left his office, I couldn't shake the feeling that it might already be too late for such precautions. That night, I set up a makeshift sleep lab in the medical bay. 3 of the most severely affected crew members, Vance, Lydia, and communications officer Patrick Reeves, agreed to be monitored during sleep. I attached electrodes to track their brain activity, heart rate, and muscle movements, hoping to capture data that might explain what was happening. The readings were unlike anything I'd ever seen. During normal sleep, the human brain cycles through predictable patterns, the light stages of non-REM sleep, then deep sleep, then REM, where most dreaming occurs. But the readings from my 3 subjects showed something else entirely. Their brains remained in a state somewhere between REM and wakefulness, a paradoxical condition where the body was paralyzed as in deep sleep, but the mind exhibited activity, patterns consistent with conscious terror. Around 2:30 a.m., all 3 subjects began to exhibit signs of extreme distress, elevated heart rates, rapid eye movement, small vocalizations. Lydia whimpered. Vance's hands clenched into fists. Patrick began to call out a name, Melissa, over and over, his voice rising in panic, and then, simultaneously, all 3 tried to rise. In normal sleepwalking, the body moves while the brain remains largely asleep. But the readings showed my patients were experiencing a horrifying hybrid state, consciously experiencing their nightmares while their bodies attempted to respond to some external stimulus. I moved between them, trying to calm them without waking them fully, a delicate balance. Abrupt awakening from this state could potentially cause psychological trauma. As I leaned over Lydia, trying to gently guide her back to the bed, I noticed something on her arm. A series of marks like fingerprints, but elongated, stretching around her forearm in a way that no human hand could manage, and they hadn't been there when I'd attached the monitoring equipment hours earlier. I stepped back, a cold sweat breaking out across my skin. In that moment, the lights in the medical bay flickered, just for an instant, but long enough for something to change in the room. The air felt suddenly dense, charged with an electrical quality that made the hair on my arms stand on end. And in the corner of my vision, just at the periphery where certainty blurs into imagination, I thought I saw movement, an impossible tangle of limbs unfolding from shadows that shouldn't have been deep enough to contain them. When I turned, nothing was there. But the sensation of being watched remained, and with it came a bone-deep certainty. Whatever was hunting my patients in their dreams had just noticed me. By the third week of our voyage, 15 crew members were experiencing the nightmares. Sleep deprivation was taking its toll. Mistakes were being made, tempers flaring, accidents increasing in frequency and severity. Second Officer Martin suffered a broken wrist when he fell down a ladder after 48 hours without proper sleep. Engineer's mate Wilson nearly caused a catastrophic pressure buildup in one of the auxiliary engines. The affected crew weren't just sleepwalking anymore. They were attempting specific actions while unconscious. 3 separate incidents involved crew members trying to access the lowest cargo holds. Each time they were found standing before the heavy steel doors, fingers bloody from attempting to claw them open, muttering about bringing it up and letting it out. Captain Rivera implemented a buddy system. No one was to be alone, especially those experiencing the nightmares. The unaffected crew were assigned to watch over the affected, preventing them from wandering during sleep and monitoring for unusual behavior. I continued my investigation, reviewing medical and psychological literature for any precedent. The closest parallel I could find was a case from the 1950s involving miners in northern Idaho who had all reported identical dreams of something, following them through the tunnels, calling their names. The case had been attributed to carbon monoxide poisoning and collective suggestion, but the Dream Horizon's environmental systems were functioning perfectly. Our air quality was constantly monitored, our water regularly tested. There were no toxins or contaminants that could explain what was happening. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. I was in the ship's small library, searching through digital archives of maritime incidents when Quinn Abra, the ship's historian, found me. Quinn was a tall, slender academic with thick glasses and a perpetual look of distracted intensity. He'd joined our expedition to document the oceanographic research we were conducting, part of a broader project on human impact on deep-sea ecosystems. "You're researching the dreams," he said without preamble, sliding into the chair opposite me. I nodded, too exhausted to be surprised that he knew. News traveled quickly in the closed environment of a ship. I might have found something relevant. He pushed a tablet across the table to me. On it was a scanned article from a maritime journal dated 27 years earlier. The headline read, "Mysterious circumstances surround loss of research vessel Aurora." I skimmed the article, then read it again more carefully. The Aurora had been a research vessel similar to the Dream Horizon, though smaller and older. It had disappeared in the middle of the Pacific during a routine expedition. When search teams finally located it 2 weeks later, they found a ghost ship, all hands dead in their bunks with expressions of extreme terror frozen on their faces. No clear cause of death had been established. The official report cited possible exposure to an unknown toxin, but no evidence of such a toxin was ever found. "Interesting, but I'm not sure how it connects to our situation," I said, pushing the tablet back. Quinn's eyes gleamed with the excitement of shared discovery. "That's not the connection," he said. "This is." He pulled up another document, this one from the registry of the Dream Horizon itself. Our ship wasn't built from scratch. It was constructed using salvaged materials from decommissioned vessels, including He paused dramatically. The aurora, I finished, the implications settling like a weight in my stomach. Quinn nodded. Significant portions of our lower hull and internal structure came from the aurora after it was salvaged and stripped. It was common practice to recycle materials from decommissioned ships during that period due to cost considerations. I leaned back, mind racing. You think there's a connection between what happened on the aurora and what's happening here? Some kind of residual effect? Quinn adjusted his glasses, suddenly looking uncomfortable. I'm a historian, not a parapsychologist. But there are traditions in many cultures about objects retaining imprints of traumatic events. Psychometry, residual hauntings, the stone tape theory. Under normal circumstances, I would have dismissed such suggestions outright, but circumstances aboard the Dream Horizon had long since departed from normal. Was there anything unusual about the Aurora's final voyage? I asked. Anything that might explain what happened to the crew? Quinn hesitated, then swiped to another document on his tablet. The Aurora was conducting deep-sea exploration in the Mariana Trench region. According to their last transmitted research log, they recovered something from the abyssal plain, an artifact of some kind. What kind of artifact? The log doesn't specify, just that it was anomalous and not consistent with known archaeological materials. The last entry mentions storing it in the secure hold for further study once they returned to shore. Quinn's voice dropped lower. They never made it back. A chill ran through me despite the regulated temperature of the library. And the artifact? Was it still aboard when they found the ship? Quinn shook his head. No mention of it in the salvage reports. Either it was removed before the official inventory, or it's still somewhere in the structure of our ship, I finished. The implications hung between us too outlandish to voice aloud, yet too compelling to dismiss. If there was even a remote possibility that something from the Aurora was causing the nightmares plaguing our crew, we had a responsibility to investigate. We need to access the original salvage records, I said. Find out exactly which parts of the Aurora were incorporated into the Dream Horizon, and where. Quinn nodded, already reaching for his tablet. I'll start digging deeper into the archives, and Nathan... He paused, removing his glasses to clean them nervously on the hem of his shirt. Be careful. From what I've observed, the more someone investigates this phenomenon, the more likely they are to experience it themselves. As if to punctuate his warning, the lights in the library flickered briefly, and for just a moment I thought I saw something move in the shadows behind Quinn. A sinuous, elongated shape that seemed to bend in impossible ways. When I blinked, it was gone, leaving only the unsettling sensation that we were no longer alone in our research. That night, I dreamed of corridors. In my dream, the familiar passageways of the Dream Horizon stretched and distorted, extending into impossible geometries that folded back on themselves like an Escher drawing. The metal walls sweated condensation that ran in rivulets along the floor, gathering in pools that reflected nothing when I looked into them. The emergency lighting cast everything in a sickly green glow that did more to create shadows than to banish them, and from somewhere ahead, someone called my name. Nathan. My father's voice, though he had been dead for 5 years. Nathan, help me. I'm lost. Dream logic told me to follow, even as waking intuition screamed warnings. I moved through the warped corridors, each step carrying me deeper into the bowels of a ship that was no longer the Dream Horizon, but some nightmarish amalgamation of vessel and organism. The walls pulsed subtly, as if breathing. Pipes that should have carried water or steam instead thrummed with the slow, steady rhythm of a massive heartbeat. Nathan. My mother now, her voice strained with fear. It's found me, Nathan. Please hurry. I broke into a run, the corridor stretching endlessly before me. The deck beneath my feet became soft and yielding, like flesh rather than metal. The air grew thick and humid, carrying the coppery scent of blood and the brackish odor of seawater. Nathan! A scream now, from multiple voices at once. A chorus of everyone I had ever loved, crying out in unison. It's here! I rounded a corner and froze. The corridor ended in a large circular chamber that had never existed on the real dream horizon. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, and on the pedestal rested a small obsidian figure, its surface so black it seemed to absorb the light around it. The figure depicted something vaguely humanoid but wrong. Too many limbs arranged in configurations that defied anatomical logic, a head that was both insectoid and cetacean, a body that seemed to be perpetually unfolding from itself. As I stared, transfixed, the figure moved, just slightly. A minute adjustment of one limb, a subtle reorientation of its head, toward me. And then I saw what lurked behind the pedestal. At first, my mind refused to process it, breaking the image into manageable fragments rather than accepting the horrific whole. Limbs like those of a mantis, but jointed in too many places. A torso that narrowed impossibly before widening again into a lower body that seemed to merge with the shadows themselves. And a face, God help me, a face that might once have been human but had been stretched vertically until it was little more than a parody of humanity, with eyes that were black voids and a mouth that opened sideways rather than up and down. It unfolded itself from behind the pedestal, rising to a height that shouldn't have been possible in the confines of the chamber, and as it rose, it spoke with the voices of everyone I had ever known. Nathan. The words stretched and distorted like the creature itself. I've been waiting for you. It reached for me with limbs that elongated as they extended, crossing the impossible distance between us in an eye blink. I felt cold, hard fingers close around my arm, burning like dry ice against my skin. I woke with a scream lodged in my throat and sweat soaking my sheets. For several minutes I lay there, heart hammering against my ribs, trying to convince myself it had only been a dream. Just a nightmare, influenced by suggestion and the accounts of the affected crew members. Then I felt the burning sensation on my arm. Slowly, dreading what I would find, I switched on my bedside lamp and looked down. 5 elongated bruises circled my forearm like the fingers of some grotesque hand. Exactly where the creature had grabbed me in my dream. I was no longer an observer of the phenomenon. I had become part of it. The next morning I convened an emergency meeting with Captain Rivera, Quinn, and Security Chief Maddox. I showed them the marks on my arm and recounted my dream in clinical detail, trying to maintain professional distance from an experience that had shaken me to my core. 17 crew members now affected, I concluded, nearly a third of our complement. If this continues to spread at the current rate, we'll have a shipwide crisis within days. Rivera's face was grim. Options? We've already ruled out environmental causes, I said. And while mass psychogenic illness remains a possibility, the specific patterns of transmission and the physical effects make that diagnosis problematic. You're talking about these. Maddox gestured to my arm where the finger-shaped bruises had darkened to a deep purple. You're suggesting these injuries are being caused by what? A shared hallucination? I don't know, I admitted. But I'm not the only one with physical manifestations. Lydia Chen has similar marks. Patrick Reeves woke with 3 parallel scratches down his back. And Wilson? I hesitated, still disturbed by what I'd seen that morning. Wilson had puncture wounds on his shoulder that leaked clear fluid instead of blood. I've sent samples to the lab, but it doesn't match any bodily fluid I'm familiar with. Silence fell over the captain's office. Outside, rain had begun to fall, droplets streaming down the windows and fragmenting the gray light of the overcast day. Mr. Ibarra, Rivera finally said, turning to Quinn. You mentioned a connection to the Aurora. Have you found anything more about this artifact that might have been brought aboard? Quinn nodded, though he looked uncomfortable. The shadows under his eyes suggested he hadn't slept well either. I've been through the salvage records. The Aurora's secure hold was located in what would correspond to our lowest cargo section, E-deck. When the Dream Horizon was constructed, significant portions of the Aurora's hull and internal structure were incorporated into that area. The same area the affected crew members had been trying to access while sleepwalking, I noted. Exactly. Quinn pulled up a schematic on his tablet, highlighting a section of the ship's lowest level. This particular storage compartment was built entirely from Aurora materials. It's a secondary secure hold, rarely used. According to the manifest, it's currently empty. Maddox frowned. You think this artifact, whatever it was, is somehow still there? Hidden in the structure itself? It's a theory, Quinn said cautiously. One that would explain the connection to the Aurora and the compulsion to access that specific area. A theory based on what? Maddox pressed. Ghost stories? Haunted houses? This is a scientific vessel, not a carnival spook show. Do you have a better explanation? I interjected, my patience wearing thin. Sleep deprivation was affecting us. Because I've exhausted every medical and psychological avenue. Something is happening on this ship that doesn't fit conventional frameworks. Enough, Rivera said quietly, his authority immediately diffusing the tension. Whatever the cause, we have a situation that's affecting crew safety and operational capability. That makes it my concern. He turned to Maddox. I want a security detail to accompany Dr. Mercer and Mr. Abera to inspect this compartment. Sir, with all due respect, Maddox began. That's an order, Chief. Rivera's tone left no room for argument. Take whatever precautions you deem necessary, but I want that area searched thoroughly. He looked at each of us in turn, his expression grave. If there's even a remote chance that something down there is causing this situation, I need to know about it. As we left the captain's office, I caught Quinn studying me with an unreadable expression. What? I asked. You didn't tell them everything about your dream, he said quietly, falling into step beside me. About the figure on the pedestal. I stopped, staring at him. How could you know about that? A humorless smile touched his lips. Because I dreamed of it too. Last night, black obsidian, absorbing light. A shape with too many limbs, constantly unfolding. He shuddered visibly. It's calling us, Nathan, all of us. And I think we're getting closer to understanding why. E-Deck was the lowest level of the dream horizon, a realm of machinery, storage, and the constant bone-deep vibration of the engines. The air was different here, warmer, heavy with the scent of oil and metal. The lighting was utilitarian, creating sharp contrasts between illumination and shadow. Our expedition consisted of 5 people, myself, Quinn, Maddox, and 2 security officers, Ramirez and Foster. Each of us carried a flashlight and a radio. Maddox had insisted on sidearms for his team, though what good conventional weapons would do against something that manifested through nightmares was beyond me. This way, Quinn directed, consulting his tablet as we moved through the labyrinthine corridors. The secure hold should be just ahead. The passage narrowed as we approached our destination, the ceiling dropping lower, forcing us to stoop slightly. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of eyes following our progress from the shadows between pipes and conduits. Does anyone else feel that? Foster asked suddenly, voicing my unspoken thought. Feel what? Maddox's tone was sharp, though. I detected an undercurrent of tension, like something's, I don't know, watching. Foster shone his flashlight into a dark recess, revealing nothing but dust and cables. Stay focused, Maddox ordered. We're here to conduct a search, not ghost hunt. But the sensation persisted, growing stronger as we approached a heavy steel. Dr. marked Secure Storage 5C. The locking mechanism was electronic, requiring Captain Rivera's authorization code, which he had provided before our descent. Maddox entered the code, and the door released with a pneumatic hiss. As it swung open, cold air rushed out, carrying a scent that didn't belong on a modern research vessel, something ancient and organic, like the breath from a long-sealed tomb. Our flashlights revealed a space approximately 20 feet square, with metal shelving along 3 walls and a clear area in the center. The room appeared empty, with no sign of cargo or equipment. Spread out, Maddox directed. Check everything. Floors, walls, ceiling. We moved methodically through the space, examining every inch. The metal walls were bare except for rivets and seams. The floor was solid, showing no signs of hidden compartments or alterations. Nothing, Ramirez reported after several minutes. Room's clean. I wasn't convinced. The cold persisted, seemingly emanating from the walls themselves. And the watching sensation had intensified, as if whatever had been observing us from a distance was now in the room with us. Its attention focused like a physical presence. The walls, Quinn said suddenly. The records indicated this entire compartment was constructed from Aurora materials. The artifact could be embedded in the structure itself. Maddox looked skeptical, but nodded to his officers. Check the walls, more thoroughly. Look for any irregularities. Foster ran his hand along the metal paneling on the far wall, then paused. There's something here, he called. A seam that doesn't match the others. We gathered around as he traced what appeared to be a rectangular outline, approximately 2 feet wide and 3 feet high. A panel within the larger wall structure. There was no visible handle or latch. Can we open it? I asked. Maddox examined the seam. Might be welded shut from behind. We'd need cutting tools. Wait, Quinn said, moving closer. There's something... He pressed his palm against the center of the panel. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a soft click, the panel recessed slightly before sliding sideways, revealing a small compartment within the wall itself. Inside was an object that matched the one from my dream with disturbing precision. A figurine about 8 inches, tall, carved from obsidian so black it seemed to devour the light from our flashlights. It depicted a being with multiple limbs arranged in impossible configurations around a central mass that might have been a body. The head, if it could be called that, was elongated and featured no recognizable sensory organs, yet somehow gave the impression of watchfulness. Don't touch it, I warned as Quinn reached toward the figure. We don't know what it is or what it might do. It's just a sculpture, Maddox said, though he made no move to touch it either. Probably some cultural artifact the Aurora team recovered. From where? Quinn challenged. This doesn't match any known artistic tradition. Look at the construction, the material properties. As we stared, I could have sworn the figure moved slightly, just as it had in my dream, a minute adjustment. Of one limb, a subtle reorientation of its impossible head. And with that tiny movement came a wave of wrongness that washed over me like nausea. Foster felt it too. He staggered back, face suddenly pale. Jesus, he gasped. Did you see that? It moved. Nobody touch it, Maddox ordered, his skepticism faltering in the face of Foster's obvious distress. Ramirez, get the containment kit from the equipment locker. While Ramirez left to retrieve the kit, the rest of us maintained a wary distance from the figure. The cold in the room had intensified, and my breath now fogged in the air before me. The shadows in the corners seemed to deepen and shift, as if stirred by currents we couldn't feel. We need to document this, Quinn said, taking photographs with his tablet. Measurements, spectral analysis if possible. This could be an unprecedented discovery. Or an unprecedented threat, I countered. This thing is connected to what's happening aboard this ship, I'm certain of it. Agreed, Maddox said, surprising me with his support. Whatever it is, it needs to be secured and studied under controlled conditions. Ramirez returned with a containment kit, a metal case lined with foam designed for transporting sensitive scientific specimens. Maddox directed him to prepare it while Foster maintained watch at the door. I still don't understand how this connects to the dreams, Maddox said, keeping his voice low. How can an object, even an unusual one, affect people's sleep patterns? Before I could formulate a response, a scream echoed from the corridor outside, Foster's scream. We rushed to the door to find Foster backed against the opposite wall, his flashlight aimed at something we couldn't see around the corner. His face was a mask of terror, his body trembling violently. It's here, he whispered. Oh God, it's here. Maddox drew his sidearm. What's here? Report, officer. Foster's eyes never left whatever he was seeing. The thing from the dreams. It followed us. It knows we found it. I strained to see what had him so terrified, but the corridor appeared empty. Then as I watched, a shadow detached itself from the wall. Not a natural shadow, but something darker and more substantial. It moved with a fluid grace that defied physics, flowing along the wall like oil before beginning to take shape. "Everyone back in the room," Maddox ordered, raising his weapon. Now, we retreated into the storage compartment, pulling Foster with us. Maddox remained at the doorway, gun trained on the approaching shadow. "Chief, don't," I began, but it was too late. Maddox fired 3 times in rapid succession. The shots were deafening in the confined space, the muzzle flash momentarily blinding. When my vision cleared, I saw that the bullets had done nothing. The shadow continued its advance, now taking on a more defined form, elongated limbs unfolding from a central mass, a vertical slash opening in what might have been a face. "The figure," Quinn shouted over the ringing in my ears. "It's connected to that thing. We need to secure it now." Ramirez was already moving, grabbing the obsidian sculpture with gloved hands and placing it carefully in the containment case. As the lid closed over it, the shadow in the corridor seemed to waver, its form becoming less substantial. "It's working," I said. "The containment is affecting it somehow." "We need to move," Maddox ordered, backing into the room without taking his eyes off the corridor. "Back to upper decks, now." With Ramirez carrying the containment case, we moved as a group toward the exit. The shadow had retreated, but I could still feel its presence, a malevolent awareness that followed our progress. As we re-entered the main corridor, the lights flickered and died, plunging us into darkness broken only by our flashlights. Emergency. Systems should have activated immediately, but nothing happened. We were in a dead zone. "Stay together," Maddox commanded. "Back-to-back formation, move toward the stairs." We formed a tight circle, flashlights pointing outward like spokes. Foster was still shaking, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Quinn kept glancing at the containment case in Ramirez's hands, his expression a mixture of scientific fascination and primal fear. We had traveled perhaps 50 feet when the temperature plummeted. Our breath clouded before us and frost began to form on the metal walls. The beams of our flashlights weakened, as if the darkness itself was becoming more substantial, more resistant to illumination. And then we heard it. Voices calling from the shadows ahead. My father's voice, Quinn's mother, Maddox's wife. Each of us hearing someone different, someone beloved, someone who couldn't possibly be in the depths of the dream horizon. "Don't listen," I warned. "It's trying to separate us." The voices grew more urgent, more desperate. In the beam of my flashlight, I saw Foster waver, his head turning toward the sound of what I assumed was someone calling to him. "Stay focused," I snapped, grabbing his arm. "It's not real." "Then what the hell is it?" Ramirez demanded, his composure cracking. "What's happening to us?" Before anyone could answer, the darkness between us and the stairwell solidified. Not a shadow this time, but something physical. The nightmare entity in its full, terrible reality. It towered above us, its body a contradiction of angles and joints that hurt to look upon, its elongated face stretching into a parody of human features. Multiple limbs unfolded from its central mass, reaching toward us with fingers like jointed needles. Maddox opened fire again, emptying his clip into the monstrosity. The bullets passed through it as if through smoke, though its form remained solid to our eyes. "Run!" Quinn shouted, abandoning any pretense of scientific detachment. "Back the other way." We turned and fled down the corridor, away from the stairwell and deeper into E-deck. The entity followed, moving with a strange, fluid grace that allowed it to keep pace without seeming to hurry. The voices continued to call, now taking on mocking tones, cruel parodies of our loved ones. "Here," Ramirez called, pointing to a maintenance shaft. "We can access D-deck from here." One by one, we scrambled into the narrow vertical shaft, using the metal rungs embedded in the wall to climb. I went last, pulling the access door closed behind us just as elongated fingers reached the opening. The climb was nightmarish in its own right. 5 terrified people ascending in near darkness, the only illumination coming from flashlights clenched between teeth or strapped to wrists. Above me, I could hear Foster's labored breathing and Quinn's constant murmuring, a stream of facts and observations as if he could rationalize away what we'd seen by categorizing it. When we reached D-deck, Maddox forced open the access panel and we spilled out into a dimly lit corridor, Here at least the emergency lighting was functioning, casting everything in a faint red glow. "We need to report to the captain," Maddox said, reloading his sidearm with hands that were impressively steady given the circumstances. "And tell him." "What?" Foster's voice cracked. "That we're being chased by a nightmare? That bullets don't work against it? He'll think we've all lost our minds." "We have evidence," Quinn countered, nodding to the containment case still clutched in Ramirez's arms, "and multiple witnesses." I was about to agree when a realization struck me. "The case," I said. "It's what's drawing that thing to us. I'll warm." Eyes turned to the metal container. It seemed innocuous enough, but now that I focused on it, I could feel something. A subtle vibration, a wrongness that emanated from within. "It's trying to reunite with its physical form," Quinn said, understanding, dawning in his eyes. "The figure is some kind of anchor or vessel. Then we need to separate them permanently," I decided. "We're in the middle of the Pacific. The deepest ocean on Earth is right beneath us." "You want to throw it overboard?" Maddox looked incredulous. "That's a potentially priceless archaeological find. It's also potentially responsible for 27 deaths on the Aurora and a growing crisis on our own ship," I countered. "Are you willing to risk more lives for the sake of study?" Before Maddox could respond, the lights on D-deck flickered and died, plunging us once more into flashlight-illuminated darkness. From the maintenance shaft behind us came a sound like rushing wind, and with it, the temperature dropped sharply. "It's coming," Foster whispered, terror evident in every syllable. "Move," Maddox ordered, "to the captain's quarters. Now." We ran through the darkened corridors of D-deck, our path illuminated by wildly bouncing flashlight beams. Behind us, the cold intensified, frost blooming on walls and ceiling as the entity pursued. Twice we heard voices calling from side passages, trying to lure us away from our group. Each time, Maddox kept us focused, herding us forward like a sheepdog protecting its flock. When we reached C-deck, we found Captain Rivera already awake and in the corridor outside his quarters, roused by the power fluctuations affecting the lower decks. His expression shifted from concern to alarm as he took in our disheveled appearance and obvious terror. "Report," he demanded, the single word carrying all the authority of his position. Between gasping breaths, Maddox provided a concise summary of our discovery and the subsequent pursuit. To Rivera's credit, he asked no skeptical questions, simply absorbing the information with the gravity it deserved. "You believe jettisoning this object is our best course of action?" he asked when Maddox had finished. "Yes, sir," I answered before Maddox could respond. "The entity seems bound to it somehow. Distancing it from the ship may break whatever connection exists between the figure and the Dream Horizon structure." Rivera considered this for only a moment before nodding decisively. "The launch bay on B-deck. We can use one of the sample return pods, set it for deep water deployment." No sooner had he spoken than the lights on C-deck began to flicker. Down the corridor, frost appeared on the walls, spreading rapidly in our direction. "It's still coming," Quinn said unnecessarily. "And it's getting stronger." "Move," Rivera ordered. "Now." Our expanded group hurried toward the forward stairwell, Rivera leading the way with the confidence of someone who knew every inch of his vessel. As we climbed to B-deck, I noticed the spreading cold seemed to be slowing, as if the entity was having difficulty maintaining its manifestation this far from the lower decks. The launch bay was a large space near the center of B-deck, containing several small submersibles and a row of sample return pods, essentially high-tech buoys designed to carry scientific specimens back to the surface when the larger submersibles were otherwise occupied. "Prepare Pod 3 for launch," Rivera instructed as we entered. "Underwater deployment maximum depth setting." While Quinn and Ramirez worked to ready the pod, I studied the containment case. The metal had grown cold to the touch and condensation had formed on its surface. More concerning, I could feel vibrations coming from within. Subtle at first, but growing stronger by the minute. "Whatever's happening, it's accelerating," I told Rivera. "This thing is becoming more active." "Pod ready in 2 minutes, Quinn reported from the launch console. "We may not have 2 minutes, I warned, as the case in Ramirez's hands began to tremble more violently. The lights in the launch bay flickered, and with each momentary darkness, I thought I saw something taking shape in the shadows near the ceiling, a suggestion of limbs, a vertical slash that might have been a mouth. "It's here," Foster whispered, his eyes fixed on the same shadows. "Pod ready," Quinn called. "Opening deployment chamber." A circular hatch in the floor slid open, revealing a tube that led down to an exterior hatch below the waterline. The sample, return pod, a sleek cylinder about 3 feet long, was positioned over the tube, its own loading hatch open and waiting. "Place the containment case inside and step back," Rivera ordered. Ramirez moved toward the pod, but as he reached it, the case in his hands gave a violent jerk, nearly breaking free of his grip. He fumbled, catching it before it could fall, but the sudden movement caused the latches to spring open. The lid rose a fraction of an inch, and that was enough. The temperature in the launch bay plummeted. Our breath clouded before us, and ice crystals formed on every surface. The shadows in the corners deepened and moved with purpose, flowing together to form a singular darkness that hung in the air like a storm cloud. And from that darkness emerged the entity, fully manifested now, its impossible body unfolding into our reality like a flower composed of nightmares. Its elongated face turned toward Ramirez, who stood frozen in terror, the partially open containment case still in his hands. Time seemed to slow as the entity reached for him with limbs that stretched across the impossible distance. I heard someone shouting, my own voice I realized distantly, warning Ramirez to drop the case, to run, to do anything but stand there transfixed by horror. Too late. The entity's fingers, if they could be called that, closed around Ramirez's throat. He made a terrible choking sound, his body jerking as if electrocuted. The containment case fell from his hands, clattering to the deck and spilling its contents. The obsidian figure rolled across the floor, coming to rest at the edge of the deployment tube. Rivera reacted first, diving for the figure. The entity shrieked, a sound like metal tearing and wind howling and human voices screaming all at once, and released Ramirez to lunge toward Rivera. But the captain was faster, scooping up the obsidian sculpture and dropping it into the waiting pod. "Launch. Sequence," he shouted to Quinn, who slammed his palm down on the control panel. The pod's hatch sealed automatically, and seconds later, it dropped into the tube with a metallic clang. We heard the muffled sound of the exterior hatch opening, followed by the pneumatic hiss of the pod being ejected into the ocean below. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The entity convulsed, its form losing cohesion like smoke in a strong wind. The shrieking intensified, then cut off abruptly as the thing collapsed in on itself, dissolving into shadows that faded to nothing before our eyes. In the sudden silence that followed, we stood motionless, hardly daring to believe it was over. The temperature in the launch bay began to rise, frost melting from surfaces, the oppressive feeling of being watched gradually dissipating. Ramirez lay on the deck where the entity had dropped him, gasping for breath. When I knelt beside him, I saw dark bruises forming on his throat, 5 elongated marks like fingerprints but stretched and distorted. "Is it over?" Foster asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I think so," I replied, helping Ramirez to a sitting position. "The pod will carry that thing to the deepest part of the ocean, miles down under pressure that would crush a submarine. Nothing's coming back from that." Captain Rivera was already on the ship's comm system, contacting the bridge. "Full stop," he ordered. "Hold position and deploy safety barriers. I want hourly status reports from all sections." He turned to us, his expression grim but composed. "Now I need a complete account of what just happened on my ship, starting with how that thing got aboard in the first place." Over the next 24 hours, the Dream Horizon remained stationary while we assessed the situation. To our immense relief, the nightmares ceased immediately after the obsidian figure was jettisoned. Crew members who had been affected reported sleeping soundly for the first time in weeks, though many still bore physical evidence of their ordeal: bruises, scratches, and in Wilson's case, the puncture wounds that continued to seep clear fluid for several days before finally healing. Quinn and I spent hours piecing together what had happened, combining historical records with our own observations. The Aurora had been conducting deep-sea exploration in a region known for unusual geological formations. According to their logs, they had discovered the obsidian figure in what appeared to be the ruins of a structure, not ancient as they had initially assumed, but seemingly designed to contain the figure itself. They brought it aboard for study, Quinn explained during our debriefing with Captain Rivera. Not realizing what it was, the nightmares started almost immediately. Within days, the entire crew was dead. And the figure? Rivera asked. Salvage. Teams either missed it or deliberately left it behind, recognizing it as dangerous. But when the Aurora was scrapped, the figure somehow became embedded in a section of hull that was later incorporated into the Dream Horizon. It remained dormant until we entered the same region of the Pacific where the Aurora had made its discovery. Proximity to its original location may have triggered it, I suggested. Or perhaps it was simply biding its time, gathering strength. Rivera leaned back in his chair, eyes moving between us. And now? Do we have any reason to believe it survived? I hesitated. The figure was gone. The entity vanished. By all rational measures, the threat had been eliminated. Yet something nagged at me, an unshakable feeling that we had dealt with a symptom rather than the cause. The pod will have reached maximum depth by now, I said finally. The pressure at that level would destroy virtually any material. But you're not certain, Rivera pressed, reading my hesitation correctly. No, I admitted. I'm not. Whatever. That thing was, it operated outside the bounds of conventional physics. Its physical form and its presence seemed to exist in different dimensions, connected but separate. Like a puppet and puppeteer, Quinn added. The figure was just its way of interacting with our reality. Its true nature may be something we can't fully comprehend. Rivera nodded slowly. Then we proceed with caution. I've already altered our course to avoid the area where the Aurora made its discovery, and I've filed a detailed report with the company, including coordinates to be avoided by future vessels. Will they believe it? I wondered aloud. Or will they classify this as some kind of mass hallucination like they did with the Aurora? That's not our concern, Rivera said firmly. We've done what we can to prevent this from happening again. The rest is in their hands. As the meeting concluded, I found myself wondering if it really was over. The nightmares had stopped. The physical manifestations ceased. The entity, whatever it had been, was no longer haunting the Dream Horizon. Yet sometimes in the darkest hours of night, I would wake with the unshakable feeling that I was being watched, that something was reaching for me from the deepest parts of the ocean, calling my name in the voices of those I loved. We returned to port. I was sitting in my apartment in Seattle, trying to readjust to life on land. Most of the Dream Horizon's crew had scattered, taking new assignments, or in some cases, leaving the sea altogether. The shipping company had officially attributed the incident to mass hysteria caused by contaminated food supplies, an explanation that satisfied insurers and regulators, but did nothing to address the truth of what had happened. I was sipping my morning coffee and scrolling through maritime news when a headline caught my eye. Research vessel reports unusual sleep disturbances in Pacific crossing. My blood ran cold as I read the article. The Horizon Seeker, a vessel similar to the Dream Horizon, had reported multiple crew members experiencing identical nightmares while crossing a stretch of the Pacific not far from where we had jettisoned the obsidian figure. The symptoms described were hauntingly familiar. Dreams of being pursued through the ship by something with too many limbs, voices calling in the darkness, crew members waking with unexplained injuries. I immediately reached for my phone, scrolling through contacts until I found Quinn's number. He answered on the third ring, his voice tense with the same recognition I felt. "You've seen the news," he said without preamble. "Yes," I replied. "It's happening again. I've already contacted the Seeker's medical officer," Quinn said. "Tried to warn them about what they're dealing with, but Nathan..." He paused, and I could hear the fear in his silence. What if there's more than one? What if that thing was just an outpost, a sentinel for something larger? I had no answer for him. The implications were too vast, too terrible to contemplate. If the entity could survive the crushing depths, If it could find its way to a new vessel, what were the limits of its reach? What were the limits of its purpose? That night, I slept with the lights on as I had every night since returning from the dream horizon. But even the bright illumination of my bedroom couldn't dispel the shadows that seemed to gather in the corners of my vision, or silence the whispers I sometimes heard at the edge of consciousness, familiar voices calling my name, telling me they were lost, begging me to help them find their way back. And sometimes in that space between waking and sleep, I glimpse an elongated shadow reaching around doorways, still hunting, still seeking those who escaped its grasp, still patient, still hungry, still coming for us all. The South Atlantic stretched before us like an endless slate of hammered steel. 3 weeks into our voyage from Buenos Aires to Cape Town aboard the Southern Star, I'd grown accustomed to the rolling deck beneath my feet and the persistent scent of salt that permeated everything. The cargo freighter wasn't built for comfort, a utilitarian vessel designed to transport goods across vast oceanic expanses with maximum efficiency and minimal crew. I stood at the stern rail, watching our wake carve a temporary scar across the ocean's surface. Despite 8 years as a safety officer on various international shipping routes, I never tired of these moments of solitude. My name is Thomas Reeves, and that morning marked 23 days at sea with another 11 to go before we dock in South Africa. The air hung heavy and warm against my skin, typical for this region in early summer, a stark contrast to the refrigerated containers stacked in neat rows along the ship's deck. The Southern Star carried a diverse cargo: electronics from Asia, machinery parts bound for mining operations, and the special containers I was responsible for monitoring. 12 refrigerated units containing medical specimens for research facilities in Cape Town. The units required constant temperature regulation, their contents preserved at precisely, so to say, any deviation triggered immediate alerts to the bridge and to my personal datapad. When the first alert came, I was finishing my morning coffee in the crew mess. A harsh electronic tone sounded from my pocket, followed by Captain Larson's voice crackling over the ship's intercom. Safety Officer Reeves to the bridge, Priority 1. The mess hall fell silent as I stood, several crew members watching with curious expressions. Priority 1 calls were uncommon on routine voyages. Trouble with the special cargo? Asked Elena Rodriguez, our communications officer. Her dark eyes reflected concern in the fluorescent light. Probably just a sensor glitch, I replied with a reassuring smile that I didn't entirely feel. The medical containers have redundant systems. I'll check it out. The bridge was a hub of focused activity when I arrived. Captain Larson stood before the main console, his weathered face grim beneath a crown of silver hair. First Officer Wei Chen monitored navigation systems nearby, her posture rigid with tension. Container M42, Captain Larson said without preamble as I approached. Temperature readings are erratic. The system's reporting values well below operational parameters, negative 97 degrees Celsius at last reading. I frowned, checking my datapad for confirmation. That's impossible, sir. Our units can't cool below negative 40 and the specimens would be destroyed at that temperature anyway. Could be a sensor malfunction, Chen suggested, not looking up from her station. Maybe, I agreed, though something about the steady decline in temperature readings over the past hour suggested otherwise. I'll perform a physical inspection. Take Harrison with you, Larson ordered, referring to our head of security. Full safety protocols. Those specimens are worth more than this entire ship. I nodded, already moving toward the door. I'll report back within 30 minutes. The ship's corridors seemed unusually quiet as I made my way to the security office. Most crew members were at their stations or resting in their quarters, leaving the passageways empty save for the occasional maintenance worker. I found James, Harrison reviewing security footage, his broad shoulders hunched over a small monitor. Got a situation with container M42, I explained after he acknowledged my presence. Need to check it out. Harrison was a man of few words, a former military contractor who'd found his way to merchant shipping after whatever experiences had left the long scar running from his right temple to his jawline. He simply nodded, retrieving his security kit, a tablet linked to the ship's systems. a heavy-duty flashlight and a sidearm I'd never seen him use but knew he was qualified to carry. "Temperature anomaly?" he asked as we headed toward the container deck. "Extreme," I confirmed. "Systems reporting impossible readings. Probably a malfunction, but you don't think so?" he finished, his expression neutral beneath the brim of his regulation cap. I shrugged. "Just seems odd. That container was checked thoroughly before loading. Equipment was certified new." We emerged onto the open deck where sunshine and humidity immediately enveloped us. The container yard stretched before us in orderly rows, most unit standard shipping containers in various states of wear, painted with the logos of their respective companies. The medical specimens were housed in 12 gleaming white refrigerated containers positioned near the stern, their cooling systems emitting a steady hum, except for M42. As we approached, I noticed the absence of the familiar mechanical drone. More disturbing was the visible layer of frost coating its exterior surface. Impossible in this tropical heat. "That's not right," Harrison muttered, drawing his sidearm but keeping it pointed downward. I approached cautiously, my skin prickling. With unease, the digital display on the container door showed an internal temperature of 97.8 degrees and dropping. Impossible. Our equipment couldn't achieve such extreme cold, and even if it could, the specimens inside, primarily blood samples and tissue cultures, would be destroyed. "I need to check inside," I said, retrieving the electronic access card from my pocket. "Wait." Harrison placed a restraining hand on my arm. "Let me call for backup first. If there's a malfunction, we need to address it immediately," I countered. "Those specimens are time-sensitive. I'll just override the lock, take a quick look, and reseal if necessary." Harrison hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. "I'll stand ready. Any sign of trouble, we back off and call hazmat." I approached the container door, my breath visible in the unnaturally cold air surrounding it. The metal surface was painful to touch even through my gloves. I swiped my access card and entered the override sequence on the keypad. The locking mechanism disengaged with a hiss of escaping air. When I pulled the heavy door open, a cloud of vapor billowed out, momentarily obscuring my vision. The interior lights activated automatically, revealing rows of carefully arranged specimen racks. Against all logic, they appeared intact, showing no signs of damage from the extreme cold. Then I saw it, standing motionless at the center of the container, a humanoid figure encased in a transparent layer of ice. Approximately 2 meters tall, its form was vaguely human but wrong in subtle ways I couldn't immediately identify. The proportions seemed stretched, the limbs too long and jointed at odd angles. Its skin, visible through the ice, was a pale, bluish-white. "Harrison," I called, my voice catching in my throat. "You need to see this." As Harrison moved to the doorway, I took a cautious step forward, drawn by a scientist's curiosity despite my growing dread. The ice encasing the figure wasn't solid as I'd first thought. It seemed to flow and shift slightly, more like extremely viscous liquid than frozen water, and then its eyes opened. They were entirely black, bottomless pools without whites or pupils, and they fixed directly on me with unmistakable awareness. A crack appeared in the ice covering its chest, spreading outward like a spider's web. "Close it!" Harrison shouted, raising his weapon. "Close it now!" I slammed the container door shut, fingers fumbling with the control panel as I re-engaged all security locks. My heart hammered against my ribs and sweat beaded on my forehead despite the lingering cold. "What the hell was that?" Harrison demanded, his normally impassive face showing rare alarm. "I don't know," I managed, the image of those black eyes still burning in my mind. It wasn't on the manifest. None of the containers should have anything but medical specimens. Harrison was already calling the bridge. "Captain, we have a situation with container M42, unknown biohazard risk, requesting immediate quarantine protocols." Captain Larson's voice came through clearly despite the static. "Understood. Is the container secure?" "For now," Harrison replied, his gaze fixed on the frost-covered door. "But whatever's in there, sir, it's not normal. Explain." The captain's tone was sharp. I took the communicator from Harrison. "Captain, this is Reeves. There's a humanoid figure inside the container. It appears to be preserved in ice, but the ice is behaving strangely. And, sir, it's aware. It opened its eyes and looked directly at me. A long silence followed before Larson spoke again. Return to the bridge immediately. I'm ordering a full crew briefing and contacting the shipping company for information. No one approaches that container until we know exactly what we're dealing with. As we turned to leave, I noticed something that sent a chill through me deeper than any physical cold. The frost covering the container's exterior was receding, drawing back toward the door like water flowing uphill against gravity. Against nature. It's adapting, I murmured, mostly to myself. Harrison gave me a questioning look. The temperature, I explained, gesturing to the digital display which now showed 72.3 degrees. It's rising rapidly. Whatever's in there is generating heat. Back on the bridge, Captain Larson had assembled the senior crew, First Officer Chen, Chief Engineer Kapoor, ship's Dr. Novak, and Communications Officer Rodriguez. Their faces registered varying degrees of concern as Harrison and I described what we'd found. Nothing like this was declared in the shipping manifest, Chen confirmed, reviewing the documentation on her tablet. Container M42 should contain blood samples and tissue cultures from a research hospital in Buenos Aires, bound for the Palmer Institute in Cape Town. I want to know how an undeclared passenger ended up in one of our secure containers, Larson said, his voice tight with controlled anger. Rodriguez, establish a direct line to the shipping company. I want answers immediately. Elena nodded, already moving to her communications station. Dr. Novak, what are the biological risks here? Larson continued. Could this be some kind of specimen preservation we're not familiar with? Sandra Novak was a tall, thin woman with prematurely gray hair and the perpetually tired expression of someone who had seen too much in her career as a ship's physician. No standard preservation method involves living subjects in those conditions, she replied, and nothing human could survive temperatures that extreme. It's rising rapidly, I noted, checking my data pad which showed the container's internal temperature now at 43.1 degrees. At this rate, it'll reach normal freezing within hours. Kapoor, I want that container isolated from all ship systems, Larson ordered. Cut any connections to power, ventilation, everything. Chief Engineer Vishan Kapoor nodded grimly. I'll handle it personally, Captain. Should I prepare for jettison protocols as well? The question hung in the air. Jettisoning cargo was an extreme measure, one that would require extensive documentation and likely result in legal repercussions from the shipping company. But if that container posed a threat to the ship and crew, not yet, Larson decided after a moment. Let's establish the facts first. Rodriguez, any response from the company? Still trying to establish direct communication, sir, Elena reported. Their automated system acknowledged receipt of our priority message, but no human response yet. Keep trying. Harrison, I want a security team monitoring that container at all times, but no one gets within 10 meters without my explicit authorization. Understood, Captain. As Harrison moved to the doorway, I took a cautious step forward, drawn by a scientist's curiosity despite my growing dread. The ice encasing the figure wasn't solid as I'd first thought. It seemed to flow and shift slightly, more like extremely viscous liquid than frozen water, and then its eyes opened. They were entirely black, bottomless pools without whites or pupils, and they fixed directly on me with unmistakable awareness. A crack appeared in the ice covering its chest, spreading outward like a spider's web. Close it! Harrison shouted, raising his weapon. Close it now! I slammed the container door shut, fingers fumbling with the control panel as I re-engaged all security locks. My heart hammered against my ribs and sweat beaded on my forehead despite the lingering cold. What the hell was that? Harrison demanded, his normally impassive face showing rare alarm. I don't know, I managed, the image of those black eyes still burning in my mind. It wasn't on the manifest. None of the containers should have anything but medical specimens. Harrison was already calling the bridge. Captain, we have a situation with container M42. Unknown biohazard risk. Requesting immediate quarantine protocols. Captain Larson's voice came through clearly despite the static. Understood. Is the container secure? For now, Harrison replied, his gaze fixed on the frost-covered door. But whatever's in there, sir, it's not normal. Explain. The captain's tone was sharp. I took the communicator from Harrison. Captain, this is Reeves. There's a humanoid figure inside the container. It appears to be preserved in ice, but the ice is behaving strangely. And sir, it's aware. It opened its eyes and looked directly at me. A long silence followed before Larson spoke again. Return to the bridge immediately. I'm ordering a full crew briefing and contacting the shipping company for information. No one approaches that container until we know exactly what we're dealing with. As we turned to leave, I noticed something that sent a chill through me deeper than any physical cold. The frost covering the container's exterior was receding, drawing back toward the door like water flowing uphill, against gravity. Against nature. It's adapting, I murmured, mostly to myself. Harrison gave me a questioning look. The temperature, I explained, gesturing to the digital display which now showed 72.3 degrees Celsius. It's rising rapidly. Whatever's in there is generating heat. Back on the bridge, Captain Larson had assembled the senior crew, First Officer Chen, Chief Engineer Kapoor, Ship's Dr. Novak, and Communications Officer Rodriguez. Their faces registered varying degrees of concern as Harrison and I described what we'd found. Nothing like this was declared in the shipping manifest, Chen confirmed, reviewing the documentation on her tablet. Container M42 should contain blood samples and tissue cultures from a research hospital in Buenos Aires, bound for the Palmer Institute in Cape Town. I want to know how an undeclared passenger ended up in one of our secure containers, Larson said, his voice tight with controlled anger. Rodriguez, establish a direct line to the shipping company. I want answers immediately. Elena nodded, already moving to her communication station. Dr. Novak, what are the biological risks? Here, Larson continued. Could this be some kind of specimen preservation we're not familiar with? Sandra Novak was a tall, thin woman with prematurely gray hair and the perpetually tired expression of someone who had seen too much in her career as a ship's physician. No standard preservation method involves living subjects in those conditions, she replied. And nothing human could survive temperatures that extreme. It's rising rapidly, I noted, checking my data pad, which showed the container's internal temperature now at 43.1 Branders. At this rate, it'll reach normal freezing within hours. Kapoor, I want that container isolated from all ship systems, Larson ordered. Cut any connections to power, ventilation, everything. Chief Engineer Vishan Kapoor nodded grimly. I'll handle it personally, Captain. Should I prepare for jettison protocols as well? The question hung in the air. Jettisoning cargo was an extreme measure, one that would require extensive documentation and likely result in legal repercussions from the shipping company. But if that container posed a threat to the ship and crew... Not yet, Larson decided after a moment. Let's establish the facts first. Rodriguez, any response from the company? Still trying to establish direct communication, sir, Elena reported. Their automated system acknowledged receipt of our priority message, but no human response yet. Keep trying. Harrison, I want a security team monitoring that container at all times, but no one gets within 10 meters without my explicit authorization. Understood, Captain. Reeves, work with Dr. Novak to review all available information on the specimens that should be in that container. Maybe there's something in the documentation that can explain this. I nodded, though I doubted any paperwork would account for what I'd seen in that container. Those eyes, intelligence and something else, something hungry, had not belonged to any medical specimen. As the meeting dispersed, Dr. Novak pulled me aside. Those specimens were sent by the Hernandez Research Center, she said in a low voice. I did a rotation there during my residency. They were involved in some unusual research. What kind of research? I asked, immediately alert. She glanced around before responding. Experimental cryogenics, tissue regeneration. Nothing officially unethical, but there were rumors. Rumors of what? Human testing. Subjects who had no other options. She shook her head. It was never proven, and I never saw anything firsthand. But when you mentioned a humanoid figure preserved in ice, the implication hung between us, disturbing in its possibilities. "We should review those files immediately," I said. As we left the bridge, I noticed Engineer Kapoor assembling tools for his task of isolating the container. Something in his methodical movements reminded me of the way the ice had seemed to flow around the figure, purposeful, deliberate. I shook off the thought as mere paranoia and followed Dr. Novak toward the ship's medical bay. 4 hours later, we had reviewed every document related to container M42 without finding anything to explain what Harrison and I had witnessed. According to all official paperwork, the container held 200 blood samples and 50 tissue cultures from various anonymous donors, all intended for comparative analysis of a new treatment for rapid-onset leukemia. I rubbed my eyes, tired from scanning endless technical specifications. Nothing here indicates anything unusual. "I've contacted a former colleague at Hernandez," Novak said, setting down her tablet. "Off the record. She's promised to look into any special projects that might explain our situation." My data pad chimed with an alert. The container's temperature had stabilized at 2.3 degrees, almost normal operating temperature for the refrigerated units. "It's adapted to the environment," I murmured. "What do you mean?" I showed her the temperature graph. "Look at the pattern. Rapid drop followed by gradual rise to just below freezing. Whatever's in there, it's controlling the temperature." "Not being controlled by it," Novak frowned. "That's not possible." Kapoor shouted in pain, dropping his tools as frost immediately formed where the water contacted his skin. He tried to pull away, but the watery tendril maintained its grip, ice crystals spreading rapidly up his leg. Harrison fired his weapon at the water, the bullets passing through it and ricocheting dangerously off the deck. "Get him away from it," I shouted, grabbing Kapoor's arm and pulling. His assistant seized his other arm, and together we managed to drag him several meters before the water tendril finally lost cohesion, splashing back to the deck where it resumed its inexorable flow toward the ventilation system. Kapoor's ankle and lower leg were severely frostbitten, the skin blue-white and blistered. "Medical bay now?" Dr. Novak ordered, already applying emergency thermal wraps from her kit. As security personnel carried Kapoor away, Captain Larson arrived with First Officer Chen. His face darkened as he surveyed the scene and received our hasty explanation. "The water, or whatever it is, entered the ventilation system," I concluded. "It's in the ship now." "Can we track it?" Larson demanded. "I don't know," I admitted. "It seems to be able to change states between ice and liquid. It might be able to move throughout the entire ship through the water and ventilation systems. Temperature sensors," Chen suggested. "If it significantly lowers the temperature around it, we might be able to track cold spots through the ship." "Good thinking. Make it happen," Larson ordered. "And I want all crew members to travel in pairs minimum. No one goes anywhere alone until we neutralize this threat." "What about the container?" Harrison asked. "Should we secure it or focus on tracking whatever got out?" Larson considered briefly. "Both. I want that container sealed with every physical restraint we have, then disconnected from all ship systems as planned. Post a guard detail. Meanwhile, I'm initiating emergency protocols. All non-essential personnel confined to quarters, essential crew on high alert." As the captain continued issuing orders, I found myself staring at the ventilation grate where the water, the entity, had disappeared. The ship suddenly felt much smaller, our isolation in the middle of the South Atlantic much more pronounced. We were days from the nearest port, trapped with something that shouldn't exist. And somewhere in the labyrinthine passages of the Southern Star, it was waiting. Part 2. Contamination. Night fell across the South Atlantic, the vast darkness, broken only by the running lights of the Southern Star as it continued its journey toward Cape Town. Inside, the ship had transformed from a place of routine and order to one of tension and fear. Crew members moved through corridors in groups, voices hushed, eyes constantly scanning shadows. In the medical bay, Dr. Novak worked to save Engineer Kapoor's leg. The frostbite had been severe, tissue damage extending far deeper than seemed possible from mere seconds of contact with the water-like substance. "I've never seen anything like this," she confided as I brought her fresh supplies. "The cellular damage is progressing despite treatment. It's as if the cold is somehow active." I looked at Kapoor, sedated on the medical bed, his exposed leg discolored and swollen from ankle to knee. Could it be some kind of biological agent? A virus or bacteria? "I've taken samples, but my equipment here is limited." She straightened, rolling her shoulders to ease the tension. "Thomas, I'm worried. This isn't behaving like any pathogen I've encountered." First Officer Chen's voice came over the intercom. Before I could respond, "Safety Officer Reeves to the bridge, priority 1. I squeezed Novak's shoulder reassuringly. "Keep me updated on Kapoor. And Sandra, be careful with those samples." The bridge was dimly lit when I arrived, most systems running on minimal power to allow the enhanced temperature monitoring Chen had implemented. The main display showed a thermal map of the entire ship, with most areas registering normal operating temperatures in comfortable greens and yellows. "We've detected anomalies," Chen said without preamble as I approached. She pointed to 3 areas highlighted in blue on the display. Cargo hold section C, the forward crew corridor on deck 3, and most concerning, near the water purification system. Captain Larson stood silently by the viewport, his reflection grim in the darkened glass. "If it contaminates our water supply..." "I've already ordered it shut down and sealed," Chen assured him. "Emergency water rations are being distributed." "Good." Larson turned to face us. "Reeves, we finally got a response from the shipping company. They claim complete ignorance of anything unusual about container M42. According to their records, it was loaded with exactly what the manifest states, medical specimens, nothing more." "They're lying," I said flatly. "Or someone along the chain. That container couldn't have been loaded with an undetected passenger." "Agreed, but proving that will have to wait until we reach port. For now, we focus on containment and survival." He gestured to the thermal map. "I want inspection, teams at each anomaly point. Full hazard gear, weapons ready, constant communication. You'll lead the team to the water purification system. It's our most critical vulnerability." "Understood, Captain." "One more thing," Larson added, his voice lowering. "Dr. Novak reports that Kapoor is deteriorating rapidly. The tissue damage is spreading despite treatment. If this is some kind of contagion," he didn't need to finish the thought. "If whatever had escaped from the container was infectious, we could be facing a ship-wide contamination event with no access to advanced medical facilities. I recommend we attempt communication," I suggested. The entity showed signs of intelligence. The tapping, the deliberate movements. "Communicate what?" Chen asked skeptically. "And how?" "I don't know yet. But treating it only as a threat might be escalating a situation we don't fully understand." Larson considered this. "Focus on containment. First, if an opportunity for communication presents itself, use your judgment, but your team's safety takes priority." 20 minutes later, I stood outside the water purification room with Security Officer Rachel Foster and Maintenance Technician Omar Saleh. We were dressed in the ship's emergency hazard suits, designed for chemical spills rather than unknown biological entities, but the best protection available. "Temperature's definitely dropping," Foster noted, checking the sensor in her gloved hand. "Current reading inside the room is -15 Celsius. Saleh shivered visibly despite his protective gear. "That's impossible. The pipes should have burst at that temperature." "Our normal rules don't apply here," I reminded them. "Remember, we observe and report only. No engagement unless absolutely necessary." I swiped my access card, and the door slid open with a hydraulic hiss. The rush of cold air was immediate, fogging the faceplate of my hazard suit despite its thermal regulation. Blue-white emergency lights cast an ethereal glow over the purification equipment, a complex arrangement of tanks, filters, and control stations that converted seawater into potable water for the ship's needs. Everything appeared covered in a thin layer of frost. beautiful in its crystalline patterns but deeply wrong in this controlled environment. More disturbing were the water puddles on the floor, perfectly circular, unnaturally still despite the ship's constant motion. "The pools," Foster whispered, her breath visible even inside her suit. "They're not right," as if in response to her voice. The nearest puddle trembled slightly. Then, with deliberate slowness, it began to flow upward, defying gravity to form a vertical column of water. "Don't move," I breathed, raising a hand to halt my companions. "I've never seen anything like this," she confided as I brought her fresh supplies. "The cellular damage is progressing despite treatment. It's as if the cold is somehow active." I looked at Kapoor, sedated on the medical bed, his exposed leg discolored and swollen from ankle to knee. Could it be some kind of biological agent? A virus or bacteria? "I've taken samples, but my equipment here is limited." She straightened, rolling her shoulders to ease the tension. "Thomas, I'm worried. This isn't behaving like any pathogen I've encountered." First Officer Chen's voice came over the intercom before I could respond. "Safety Officer Reeves to the bridge, priority 1. I squeezed Novak's shoulder reassuringly. "Keep me updated on Kapoor, and Sandra, be careful with those samples." The bridge was dimly lit when I arrived, most systems running on minimal power to allow the enhanced temperature monitoring Chen had implemented. The main display showed a thermal map of the entire ship, with most areas registering normal operating, temperatures in comfortable greens and yellows. "We've detected anomalies," Chen said without preamble as I approached. She pointed to 3 areas highlighted in blue on the display. Cargo hold section C, the forward crew corridor on deck 3, and, most concerning, near the water purification system. Captain Larson stood silently by the viewport, his reflection grim in the darkened glass. "If it contaminates our water supply, I've already ordered it shut down and sealed," Chen assured him. "Emergency water rations are being distributed." "Good." Larson turned to face us. "Reeves, we finally got a response from the shipping company. They claim complete ignorance of anything unusual about container M42. According to their records, it was loaded with exactly what the manifest states. Medical specimens, nothing more." "They're lying," I said flatly. "Or someone along the chain is. That container couldn't have been loaded with an undetected passenger." "Agreed, but proving that will have to wait until we reach port. For now, we focus on containment and survival." He gestured to the thermal map. "I want inspection, teams at each anomaly point. Full hazard gear, weapons ready, constant communication. You'll lead the team to the water purification system. It's our most critical vulnerability." "Understood, Captain." "One more thing," Larson added, his voice lowering. "Dr. Novak reports that Kapoor is deteriorating rapidly. The tissue damage is spreading despite treatment. If this is some kind of contagion..." He didn't need to finish the thought. "If whatever had escaped from the container was infectious, we could be facing a ship-wide contamination event with no access to advanced medical facilities." "I recommend we attempt communication," I suggested. "The entity showed signs of intelligence. The tapping, the deliberate movements." "Communicate what?" Chen asked skeptically. "And how?" "I don't know yet. But treating it only as a threat might be escalating a situation we don't fully understand." Larson considered this. "Focus on containment. First, if an opportunity for communication presents itself, use your judgment, but your team's safety takes priority." 20 minutes later, I stood outside the water purification room with Security Officer Rachel Foster and Maintenance Technician Omar Saleh. We were dressed in the ship's emergency hazard suits, designed for chemical spills rather than unknown biological entities, but the best protection available. "Temperature's definitely dropping," Foster noted, checking the sensor in her gloved hand. "Current reading inside the room is -15 Celsius. Saleh shivered visibly despite his protective gear. "That's impossible. The pipes should have burst at that temperature." "Our normal rules don't apply here," I reminded them. "Remember, we observe and report only. No engagement unless absolutely necessary." I swiped my access card and the door slid open with a hydraulic hiss. The rush of cold air was immediate, fogging the faceplate of my hazard suit despite its thermal regulation. Blue-white emergency lights cast an ethereal glow over the purification equipment, a complex arrangement of tanks, filters, and control, stations that converted seawater into potable water for the ship's needs. Everything appeared covered in a thin layer of frost, beautiful in its crystalline patterns, but deeply wrong in this controlled environment. More disturbing were the water puddles on the floor, perfectly circular, unnaturally still despite the ship's constant motion. "The pools," Foster whispered, her breath visible even inside her suit. "They're not right." As if in response to her voice, the nearest puddle trembled slightly. Then, with deliberate slowness, it began to flow upward, defying gravity to form a vertical column of water. "Don't move," I breathed, raising a hand to halt my companions. The water column shaped itself, stretching and molding until it formed a crude approximation of a human torso and head. It had no features, just a smooth, reflective surface where a face should be. For several seconds, it remained motionless, as if observing us. Slowly, I raised my hand in a gesture of greeting. "We mean you no harm," I said clearly. "We want to understand." The watery figure tilted what passed for its head, an eerily human gesture of curiosity. Then, without warning, it collapsed back into a puddle and shot across the floor toward Saleh with frightening speed. "Move!" I shouted. But Saleh stood frozen in terror as the water surged up his legs, encasing them in rapidly forming ice. He screamed, the sound chilling in its raw fear, as frost crawled up his hazard suit with unnatural speed. Foster fired her weapon, the bullets passing harmlessly through the water and pinging off the metal flooring. I grabbed Saleh's arm, trying to pull him away, but he was already anchored to the floor by the ice forming around his legs. "Help me," he pleaded, eyes wide with panic behind his faceplate. The ice continued its relentless climb, reaching his waist, then his chest. The cold, so intense it was cracking the protective material of his hazard suit. Foster and I pulled desperately, but it was like trying to move someone encased in concrete. "Go," Saleh gasped as the ice reached his neck. "Tell them. It's learning." Those were his last words before the ice covered his face. In horrified fascination, I watched as his expression remained frozen in a rictus of terror, visible through the translucent layer of ice that had completely encased him. "We have to go," Foster urged, tugging at my arm. "Now." We retreated through the door, securing it behind us with shaking hands. Foster immediately reported the situation to the bridge while I stood in numb shock. The image of Saleh's frozen form burned into my mind. "It's intelligent," I said when Foster finished her communication. "It responded to us before it attacked. It studied us." "Studied us?" "It killed Saleh." Foster's voice cracked with emotion. "What the hell are we dealing with, Reeves?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But I think it's adapting, learning about us, about our environment. Well, it knows our hazard suits don't protect against it. We need to warn the other teams." Before we could establish communication, the ship's lights flickered, then failed completely. Emergency lighting activated seconds later, bathing the corridor in dim red glow. The intercom crackled to life with Captain Larson's voice. "Attention all personnel. We are experiencing system-wide electrical fluctuations. All inspection teams return to the bridge immediately. Engineering crew, report to auxiliary power control." "That can't be a coincidence," Foster said grimly. "No," I agreed. "It's in the electrical systems now, too." As we made our way carefully through the shadowed corridors, I noticed the temperature dropping steadily. Our breath fogged before us despite the hazard suit's environmental controls. Ice crystals formed on exposed metal surfaces, spreading like living things. "It's everywhere," Foster whispered. "In the walls, the floors." When we reached the bridge, we found organized chaos. Captain Larson and First Officer Chen worked frantically at control stations, while Communications Officer Rodriguez attempted to establish contact with the other inspection teams. "Cargo hold team reports similar phenomena," Rodriguez announced as we entered. Humanoid figures formed from water, extreme temperature drops. They're retreating to... She broke off, pressing her headset closer. I've lost contact. Forward crew corridor team never reported in, Chen added grimly. What's our status? I asked, removing my hazard suit helmet. Critical, Larson replied without looking up from his console. We've lost control of most ship systems. Navigation, propulsion, life support, all compromised. We're running on auxiliary power, but it's being drained faster than it can be generated. It's in the electrical systems, I confirmed. We saw it adapting, changing its approach. Captain, it's learning about us, about the ship, and it's spreading. Quarantine procedures have failed, Chen stated flatly. We need to consider emergency protocols. Everyone on the bridge knew what that meant, scuttling the ship to prevent whatever this was from reaching populated areas. A last resort that would mean our own deaths. Not yet, Larson decided. Reeves, what did you mean when you said it's learning? I described what we'd witnessed in the water purification room. The deliberate formation of a humanoid shape. Its apparent observation of us before the attack. It's like it's experimenting, I concluded. First ice, then liquid water, now electrical systems. It's finding ways to move through the ship to interact with us. To kill us, Foster amended darkly. Dr. Novak's voice came over the intercom, her tone urgent. Captain, you need to see this. Kapoor's condition has changed. On our way, Larson replied. Chen, you have the bridge. Monitor all systems and prepare emergency evacuation procedures just in case. Larson, Foster, and I hurried to the medical bay, the corridors noticeably colder with each passing minute. Ice formed in delicate patterns along the walls, beautiful and terrifying in its implication. The medical bay was in disarray when we arrived, equipment overturned and supplies scattered. Dr. Novak stood before a sealed containment unit, her face pale with shock. Where's Kapoor? Larson demanded. Novak pointed wordlessly at the containment unit. Through its transparent sides, I could see what had once been our chief engineer. His body was grotesquely transformed, skin translucent with a blue-white hue, limbs elongated and jointed at unnatural angles. Most disturbing were his eyes, now entirely black like pools of ink. What happened? I whispered. The frostbite spread throughout his body, Novak explained, her voice clinical despite the horror evident in her expression. I sedated him and continued treatment, but the tissue transformation accelerated. Then his vital signs flatlined. I was preparing to record time of death when he opened his eyes. As if responding to her words, Kapoor's head turned toward us. His face, no longer recognizably human, pressed against the containment glass, lips parting to reveal teeth that had sharpened to translucent points. Is he conscious? Larson asked. In some form, yes, but brain activity is unlike anything I've ever recorded. It's not Kapoor anymore, Captain. The cellular structure has been completely replaced by something else. The transformed Kapoor placed a hand against the glass, the fingers too long, too jointed, like the appendages of an insect rather than a human. With deliberate slowness, he began to tap against the surface. Rhythmic patterned, Morse code. Foster recognized. He's using Morse code. I listened carefully, translating in my head. Cold, hungry. It's communicating, I said, using Kapoor's knowledge. What does it want? Larson directed the question at the transformed engineer. The tapping resumed. Need hosts. Colding. It's dying? I repeated, confused. Because it's cold? Need. Cold. T-O. Livand. Hosts. To. Shred. It needs cold to survive, I translated for the others. But it needs hosts. Us. To spread. A parasite, Novak realized. It's a parasite that requires extreme cold, but it needs living hosts to reproduce. That doesn't make sense, Foster objected. Biological processes slow or stop in extreme cold. How can it be active, let alone reproductive? It's not like anything we've encountered before, I reminded her. Maybe its biology operates under different principles, or maybe... A disturbing thought occurred to me. Maybe it's not biological at all. Kapoor, Or the thing using Kapoor's body tapped. Again, more urgently. Different, not like you. It's saying it's different, not like us, I conveyed. A cold dread settling in my stomach that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature around us. What are you? Larson asked directly. The tapping paused, as if the entity were considering. The question. Traveler. Lost. Cold. World. A traveler? From where? I asked, scientific curiosity momentarily overriding my fear. Stars. Far. Cold. Void. We exchanged glances, the implication too fantastic to immediately accept, yet impossible to dismiss given what we were witnessing. It's claiming to be extraterrestrial, Novak whispered. Or it's manipulating us, Foster countered, using Kapoor's knowledge to create a story we might sympathize with. The transformed Kapoor suddenly slammed both hands against the containment, glass startling us backward. The impact left frost patterns radiating outward from his palms. The temperature in the medical bay plummeted further, our breath clouding thickly before us. NEEDMOREHOSTSDYINGHERETOOWARM. Captain, Novak said urgently, the containment unit isn't designed for these temperature extremes. The seals won't hold if it drops much further. Can we increase the cooling, I suggested, if it needs cold, and help it survive? Foster objected. Are you insane? If it's dying because of our environment, maybe we can negotiate, I reasoned. Find a solution that doesn't involve it killing more of the crew. Larson considered this for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Doctor, can you increase cooling to the containment unit without risking breach? Possibly, Novak replied hesitantly. The medical cryo-storage has portable cooling units. We could modify one to... She was interrupted by a shipwide alarm, followed by Chen's voice over the intercom. Captain, to the bridge immediately. We have multiple breaches in the forward crew quarters. Stay here, Larson ordered. Continue communication, but do not, under any circumstances, release it from containment. Foster, with me. As they hurried away, I turned back to the transformed Kapoor, who watched with those disturbing black eyes. Its body seemed to be changing even as we observed, becoming less recognizably human with each passing minute. I'll get the cooling unit, Novak said, moving toward the storage area. Left alone with the entity, I approached the containment glass cautiously. Why our ship? I asked. How did you get into the container? The tapping resumed. ACCIDENT. CRASHOCEAN FOUND BYHUMANS. You crashed in the ocean, I pieced together. And humans found you. The research center. They discovered you and were experimenting. YESTOOKPARTOFMESTUDYCUTDIVIDEA. Chilling realization formed. They divided you. The thing we found in the container, it wasn't your whole form. It was just a piece of you. YESWEREMANYANDONE. Like a colony organism, I murmured, scientific fascination momentarily eclipsing fear. Each part can function independently, but you're still a single entity. Novak returned with the portable cooling unit, her expression grim. The ship's situation is deteriorating, she reported as she worked to connect the unit to the containment system. Temperature drops throughout all decks, multiple crew members reporting suspicious ice formations, and there have been attacks. How many casualties? I asked, dreading the answer. 3 confirmed dead, 6 missing. She finished the connections and activated the unit. The temperature within the containment chamber immediately began to drop, frost spreading rapidly across its interior surfaces. But Thomas, that's not the worst of it. What is? The bodies of the dead. They're changing, just like Kapoor. She glanced at the transformed engineer who appeared to be watching our conversation with unnerving intensity. And the ice. It's not just forming randomly. It's creating patterns throughout the ship, like circuitry. The containment unit's temperature display showed 60 degrees Fahrenheit and dropping rapidly. Within, the entity that had been Kapoor seemed more animated, its movements more fluid despite the extreme cold. BETTER, it tapped. STRONGERNOW. What are you doing to our ship? I demanded. To our crew? ADAPTING TRANSFORMING BECOMING. Becoming what? SUITABLE FORUS ALL. The implications sent ice through my veins that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature. You're transforming the entire ship, making it habitable for your kind. The entity's face twisted into what might have been a smile on a human, but on its transformed features looked predatory and alien. YESNEWHOME. The medical bay doors slid open, and Captain Larson rushed in, his face drawn with exhaustion and stress. We're losing the ship, he reported without preamble. The ice formations have compromised structural integrity in multiple sections. We have crew transforming just like Kapoor. They're hunting the others. It's converting the ship, I explained, adapting it to its needs. Captain, it's an alien life form. It crashed in Earth's ocean, was discovered by the research center, and they were experimenting on it. They divided it. The piece in the container was just a fragment of the whole organism. Larson absorbed this information with remarkable composure. Can we communicate with it? Negotiate? We are communicating, I indicated the containment unit, but I'm not sure negotiation is possible. It needs our environment to be drastically colder than humans can survive, and it's using our crew as hosts to reproduce, spread, transform. We've received no response to our distress signals, Larson said grimly. Even if we did, no rescue ship would reach us for days. I've ordered all remaining crew to the lifeboats, but with the ice spreading through the hull, I'm not sure they'll launch successfully. What about emergency protocols? Novak asked quietly. Larson's expression hardened. I've initiated the scuttling sequence. The ship will self-destruct in 40 minutes, enough time to attempt lifeboat evacuation for whoever can reach them. The Southern Star cannot be allowed to reach port with this contamination aboard. A crash from the containment unit drew our attention. The entity had begun slamming itself against the glass, each impact spreading frost patterns that were clearly compromising the structural integrity of the barrier. It knows, I realized. It understands what we're planning. NODEATHNOTAGAIN The glass cracked on the next impact, small fissures radiating outward from the point of contact. We need to evacuate now, Larson ordered. To the lifeboats. This section will be sealed off remotely once we're clear. As we turned to leave, the temperature in the medical bay plunged dramatically. My skin burned with the sudden cold, and I watched in horror as frost formed on my exposed hands with unnatural speed. The overhead lights flickered, then failed, leaving only the red emergency lighting to illuminate the scene. The containment glass shattered with a sound like breaking ice, and the entity that had been Engineer Kapoor stepped through the fragments. It moved with disturbing fluidity, its transformed body no longer even attempting to mimic human locomotion. Ice formed with each step it took across the floor, spreading outward in crystalline patterns. "Run!" Larson shouted, pushing Novak ahead of him toward the door. I tried to follow, but my feet slipped on the rapidly icing floor. I fell hard, the impact knocking the breath from my lungs. As I struggled to rise, I felt a sharp cold grip my ankle. Looking down, I saw a tendril of ice extending from the floor, wrapping around my leg with deliberate purpose. "Thomas!" Novak screamed from the doorway, starting back toward me. "Go!" I shouted, trying to kick free of the icy restraint. "Get to the lifeboats." Larson pulled her through the door as more ice tendrils emerged from the floor, wrapping around my legs. The entity approached with that inhuman grace, its black eyes fixed on me with terrible purpose. In desperation, I grabbed a metal tray from a nearby workstation and swung it at the advancing figure. It connected with a sound like striking brittle glass, and to my shock, the entity's arm shattered. breaking into crystalline fragments that scattered across the floor. The creature paused, looking at its shattered limb with what seemed like surprise. Before my eyes, the ice fragments began to move, flowing back together, reforming the arm in a process that defied all biological understanding. My momentary advantage lost. I found myself immobilized as the ice spread rapidly up my body, encasing my legs and torso in seconds. The cold was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Not just physical temperature, but something deeper, as if the cold were reaching into my cells, my DNA, my very being. The entity loomed over me. It's transformed, face only vaguely reminiscent of Kapoor now. It reached out with those two long fingers, pressing them against my forehead. The cold burned like fire, searing into my skull, and with it came awareness. Not words, not thoughts as humans understand them, but pure information flooding directly into my consciousness. I saw, felt, knew its history, a being from a world of perpetual ice, where life evolved in ways utterly alien to Earth's warm biosphere. I understood its journey across the void between stars, not in a ship as we would conceive it, but in a state of dormancy, drifting through the absolute cold of space for what might have been centuries or millennia. Its impact in Earth's ocean, where the relative warmth was immediately hostile. Its discovery by human researchers who recognized something alien, but couldn't comprehend its true nature. The pain of being divided, studied, contained, experiences that to this colony organism were akin to torture. And beneath it all, the overwhelming imperative: survive, adapt, transform, spread. The entity withdrew its hand, and the flood of alien consciousness receded, leaving me gasping in its wake. The ice had reached my neck now, my body nearly completely encased. "Please," I managed through chattering teeth. The crew, innocent people. The entity tilted its head in that unnervingly human gesture. Then, using Kapoor's vocal cords in a way that produced sounds no human throat should make, it spoke, a rasping, broken approximation of speech. All becomes one. No more separation. The medical bay door slid open, and Security Officer Harrison appeared, weapon raised. He fired without hesitation, the bullets tearing through the entity's crystalline form, shattering it into fragments once again. "Reeves!" Harrison rushed forward, using the butt of his weapon to break away the ice encasing me. "Can you move?" The entity was already reforming, the scattered fragments flowing together with purposeful determination. "Go!" I urged, finding my legs partly freed. It can't be killed that way. Harrison helped me to my feet, and together we staggered toward the door. Behind us, the reformed entity watched, but didn't immediately pursue, a hesitation I couldn't explain but was grateful for. In the corridor, Harrison supported my weight, as we moved as quickly as my half-frozen limbs would allow. "The captain ordered complete evacuation," he explained breathlessly. "The ship's going down in 30 minutes. Most lifeboats are already launched." "How many made it?" I asked, dreading the answer. "Maybe half the crew. The rest..." He didn't need to finish. I'd seen what happened to Kapoor, to Saleh. The ship groaned around us, metal stress sounds amplified by the spreading ice. Through viewport windows, I could see the exterior of the ship coated in crystalline formations that caught the moonlight in beautiful and terrible patterns. "It's transforming the entire vessel," I said, "making it suitable for its survival." "The charges will destroy it," Harrison assured me. "Nothing will survive the explosion, not even this ice demon." We reached the final lifeboat station to find Captain Larson, Dr. Novak, and 3 other crew members waiting. Their faces showed relief as we appeared. "Thomas." Novak rushed forward, helping Harrison get me into the lifeboat. "I thought you were lost." "Nearly," I admitted, collapsing onto a seat as Harrison sealed the hatch behind us. "It communicated with me, directly into my mind." "What did it want?" Larson asked, initiating the lifeboat launch sequence. "To survive, to transform. It's been alone, adrift in space for I don't know how long. It crashed on Earth, was found by researchers who didn't understand what they'd discovered. They divided it, studied it, I shivered, the cold seeming to radiate from within my bones. Captain, it's not evil. Not really. It's just incompatible with our biology, our environment. It's trying to create conditions it can survive in. By killing my crew, Larson said flatly. To it, we're not individuals as it understands the concept. It's a colony organism. All parts are the whole. It thinks it's incorporating us, making us part of itself. The lifeboat shuddered as the launch mechanism engaged. Through the small viewport, I could see the southern star falling away beneath us, its form now barely recognizable beneath layers of crystalline ice that glowed with an eerie blue-white luminescence. Will the charges destroy it? Novak asked, quietly. I remembered the alien awareness that had briefly merged with my own, its resilience, its determination to survive after crossing the void between stars. I don't know, I admitted, but we need to make sure no one approaches the wreckage. Whatever happens, that site needs to be quarantined indefinitely. The lifeboat rocked as we established a safe distance from the ship. On the small control console, a digital countdown showed 12 minutes until detonation. I've activated our emergency beacon, Larson reported. With luck, a vessel will pick it up within days. The thought of days adrift in the South Atlantic would normally have been terrifying, but after what we'd witnessed aboard the Southern Star, it seemed almost peaceful by comparison. I'm checking everyone for signs of contamination, Novak announced, retrieving a medical scanner from the lifeboat's emergency kit. If any of us were exposed, she didn't need to finish the thought. We all understood the implications. If even a fragment of the entity had attached to one of us had begun the transformation process, the lifeboat could become just another vector for its spread. Start with me, I said quietly. It touched me. I felt something. A connection. Novak's scanner hummed as she passed it over my body, her expression growing increasingly concerned. Your core temperature is 5 degrees below normal, she reported, and there are anomalies in your bloodstream, microscopic crystalline structures. A cold dread that had nothing to do with physical temperature settled in my stomach. What does that mean? I don't know, she admitted. This isn't like Kapoor's condition. The spread is much slower, more controlled. Quarantine protocol, Larson decided immediately. We need to isolate. He was interrupted by a blinding flash from the direction of the Southern Star. The shockwave hit moments later, rocking our small craft violently. The self-destruct charges had detonated early, tearing the ship apart in a spectacular explosion that momentarily turned night to day. We watched in silence as burning debris scattered across the ocean surface. Of the ice formations that had encased the ship, there was no sign, either vaporized in the explosion or sunk beneath the waves with the majority of the vessel. Is it over? Harrison asked, voicing what we were all thinking. Before anyone could respond, I felt a sharp, stabbing pain in my chest. I gasped, doubling over as the sensation spread outward like ice crystals forming in my veins. Thomas? Novak was at my side instantly, her scanner whirring. His temperature is dropping rapidly. The crystalline structures in his bloodstream are multiplying. The pain receded as quickly as it had come, leaving a strange numbness in its wake. I straightened, suddenly aware of changes in my perception. The lifeboat felt uncomfortably warm, the motion of the sea beneath us exaggerated, the breathing of my companions loud in my ears. It's still alive, I said, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. I can feel it, like an echo in my mind. Harrison raised his weapon instinctively, though his expression showed reluctance. Are you saying it's in you, controlling you? No, I shook my head. Not controlling, just present, a fragment, a seed. I struggled to find words for the alien awareness tickling at the edges of my consciousness. It survived the explosion, just as I feared. Parts of it are still in the ocean below us. Larson's face was grim in the emergency lighting. And inside, you? Yes. But it's different from what happened to Kapoor and the others. It's not transforming me, not completely. It's more like it's observing, learning. That doesn't make sense, Harrison objected. Why would it treat you differently? I remembered the moment of connection in the medical bay, the flood of alien consciousness into my mind. Because I understood it, I realized. Even if just for a moment I comprehended what it was, accepted its nature without fear or revulsion, that's significant to it. So what happens now? Novak asked, her scanner still indicating the anomalous structures in my bloodstream. Are you in danger? I don't think so, I said, though I couldn't have explained the certainty I felt. It's dormant, for now contained, I think it's waiting. For what? Larson demanded. To see what we do next. To learn more about us. I looked around at their wary expressions. I know how this sounds, but I'm still me. I'm not compromised. We can't take that risk, Harrison said gently, though his weapon remained ready. If there's any chance you could become like Kapoor, like the others. He's right, Larson agreed reluctantly. We need to establish quarantine protocols until we're rescued, and proper containment can be implemented. I didn't argue as they secured me to my seat with restraints from the emergency kit. Their caution was reasonable, even necessary. But deep inside, in places I couldn't fully articulate, I knew that my situation was fundamentally different from what had happened to the others. The entity within me wasn't trying to transform me. Not yet, at least. It was observing, adapting in a more subtle way, learning humanity through my eyes, my thoughts, my biology. For now, we existed in an uneasy symbiosis, neither fully in control but neither fully subjugated. As the lifeboat drifted beneath the stars, I found myself wondering which of us was the true prisoner. 5 days after the destruction of the Southern Star, our lifeboat was spotted by a Norwegian research vessel studying ocean currents in the South Atlantic. By then, our supplies were running dangerously low, and the tension within our small craft had reached nearly unbearable levels. I remained secured to my seat for the duration, the restraints loosened only for brief periods under Harrison's watchful eye. Dr. Novak monitored my condition hourly, documenting the slow but steady spread of crystalline structures throughout my bloodstream. The unusual cold emanating from my body had become pronounced enough that the others could feel it from several feet away, like standing near an open freezer. Yet apart from these physical anomalies, I showed none of the aggressive, transformative symptoms that had afflicted Kapoor and the others. My mind remained clear, my appearance unchanged, outwardly human in every detectable way. The entity within me remained quiescent, a presence I sensed rather than heard or saw. Occasionally I would feel brief pulses of something, not quite emotion, not quite thought, but a kind of alien awareness touching the edges of my consciousness. Curious, analytical, waiting. The Norwegian vessel, the Framtid, took us aboard with appropriate medical caution. Captain Larson had radioed ahead with a sanitized version of events: a fire in the engine room, catastrophic system failures, emergency evacuation. He made no mention of the true nature of what had occurred, nor of my condition. That information, we had agreed, would be shared only with appropriate authorities once we reached land. I was immediately placed in isolation in the ship's small medical facility, while the others were given proper quarters and medical attention. Through the sealed observation window, I watched Dr. Novak conferring with the ship's physician, her gestures animated as she attempted to explain my condition without revealing its origin. Later, she entered my isolation room wearing a hazardous material suit, though we both knew such precautions were likely futile if the entity decided to spread. "How are you feeling?" she asked, her voice slightly muffled by the suit's breathing apparatus. "The same," I replied, sitting up on the examination bed. "Physically normal except for the cold. No pain, no loss of function. How did the others react to their new accommodations?" "They're resting." Harrison insisted on taking a guard position outside your door. A small smile crossed her face. "He's loyal, even when terrified." "And Captain Larson?" In communication with authorities. He's struggling with how much to reveal. The official investigation will begin as soon as we reach Cape Town, 3 days from now. She hesitated. Thomas, the Framtid's doctor, wants to run tests. Blood work, tissue samples. I've delayed as much as possible, claiming your condition is too unstable, but I can't stall forever. What would those tests reveal? I asked, though I suspected I knew the answer. The crystalline structures in your bloodstream aren't like anything in medical literature. One look under a microscope and they'll know we're dealing with something unprecedented. I nodded slowly. And then what? Quarantine? Military intervention? I become a research subject like the original entity at the Hernandez Center? I don't know, she admitted. But I'm worried. Not just about you, but about what happens if this spreads. I considered this for a long moment. The entity within me had shown no signs of attempting to propagate, but its ultimate intentions remained obscure, alien. Could you get me a secure terminal? I need to document everything I can remember about the entity. Its biology, its behavior, what I experienced during our connection. Information might be our best defense if things deteriorate. Novak hesitated, then nodded. I'll see what I can do, but Thomas... Her expression grew troubled behind the faceplate of her suit. Are you certain you're still... you? Completely? It was the question that had haunted me since the lifeboat. I think so, I answered honestly. I feel like myself. My memories, my personality, my moral framework, all seem intact. But there's something else there too. Watching. Learning. I met her gaze directly. I don't think its goal is to eradicate me, Sandra. I think it's trying to coexist, to understand. That's assuming it thinks anything like us, she countered. Its behavior on the ship was survival reaction in an environment hostile to its existence, I finished. It needed extreme cold, it needed hosts. It did what it evolved to do. I shook my head. I'm not justifying what happened to the crew, but I don't think it was malice so much as incompatible biologies. And now? What is it trying to do inside you? I considered this question carefully. Adapt, I said finally. It's learning to exist within human physiology without overwhelming it, finding balance. Novak appeared skeptical but nodded. I'll get you that terminal. And Thomas, be careful. Whatever's happening inside you, don't assume you understand its intentions. We still don't know what we're dealing with. After she left, I lay back on the examination bed, staring at the ceiling. The soft hum of the ship's system surrounded me, so different from the creaking, ice-laden corridors of the Southern Star in its final hours. What do you want? I directed the thought inward, toward the alien presence I could sense but not quite touch. No response came in words or images, but I felt something stir within my consciousness. A shift, an acknowledgement. It was aware of my attempt at communication, even if true dialogue remained beyond our grasp. The next 3 days passed in a strange limbo of isolation and constant monitoring. True to her word, Novak provided a secure terminal, and I spent hours documenting everything I could recall about the entity, its manifestations, behaviors, the fragmentary insights I'd gleaned during our momentary connection. Fascinating patterns emerged in my analysis. The entity had shown clear evidence of learning, adaptation, and increasingly sophisticated strategies throughout its time aboard the Southern Star. Its initial aggressive transformations of Kapoor and others seemed to give way to more nuanced approaches as it gained understanding of human biology and psychology. And what it was doing with me appeared to be something entirely different, controlled symbiosis rather than a complete takeover. The crystalline structures in my bloodstream had stabilized at a certain concentration, neither advancing nor receding, maintaining a delicate balance with my natural physiology. On the morning, we were scheduled to dock in Cape Town. Captain Larson visited my isolation room, speaking through the intercom rather than entering. We'll be arriving in 3 hours, he informed me, his face grave on the small monitor beside the observation window. I've been in communication with maritime authorities and port security. A medical quarantine team will meet us at a secure dock facility. How much have you told them? I asked. Enough to ensure proper containment protocols, not enough to cause panic. His expression softened slightly. Reeves, Thomas, I want you to know that whatever happens next, I'll do everything in my power to ensure you're treated humanely. I appreciate that, Captain. I managed a small smile. For what it's worth, I don't believe I pose an immediate threat. The entity seems contained for now. Perhaps, he acknowledged, but we can't take chances, not after what we witnessed on the Southern Star. As he turned to leave, I was struck by a sudden urgency. Captain, one more thing. The container M42, you said the company denied knowledge of anything unusual. That's right. According to them, it contained only what was listed on the manifest. We need to investigate them further. The Hernandez Research Center, if they found the entity, studied it. There may be more fragments out there, more potential contaminations. Larson's expression darkened. I've included that concern in my confidential report to authorities. But truthfully, Reeves, I don't know if anyone will believe the full story without proof. I'm the proof, I said quietly. Whatever's happening inside me is evidence of something beyond current scientific understanding. After Larson left, I returned to the terminal, completing my documentation with a growing sense of urgency. There were patterns to the entity's behavior, logical progressions that only became apparent when viewed holistically. Its initial manifestations as ice and water, then its movements through the ship's electrical systems, its gradual learning and adaptation, all pointed to something far more complex than a simple parasite or predator. I was making final notes when a strange sensation washed over me, a sudden awareness of danger that felt foreign yet unmistakable. The entity within me had awakened, stirred from its observer status to active alertness. What is it? I murmured aloud, scanning the isolation room for any change, any threat. The sensation intensified, a pressure behind my eyes, a coldness flooding my veins that was different from the physical chill I'd grown accustomed to. With it came fragmented impressions, movement, purpose, threat. And now? What is it trying to do inside you? I considered this question carefully. Adapt, I said finally. It's learning to exist within human physiology without overwhelming it, finding balance. Novak appeared skeptical but nodded. I'll get you that terminal. And Thomas, be careful. Whatever's happening inside you, don't assume you understand its intentions. We still don't know what we're dealing with. After she left, I lay back on the examination bed, staring at the ceiling. The soft hum of the ship's system surrounded me, so different from the creaking, ice-laden corridors of the Southern Star in its final hours. What do you want? I directed the thought inward, toward the alien presence I could sense but not quite touch. No response came in words or images, but I felt something stir within my consciousness. A shift, an acknowledgement. It was aware of my attempt at communication, even if true dialogue remained beyond our grasp. The next 3 days passed in a strange limbo of isolation and constant monitoring. True to her word, Novak provided a secure terminal, and I spent hours documenting everything I could recall about the entity, its manifestations, behaviors, the fragmentary insights I'd gleaned during our momentary connection. Fascinating patterns emerged in my analysis. The entity had shown clear evidence of learning, adaptation, and increasingly sophisticated strategies throughout its time aboard the Southern Star. Its initial aggressive transformations of Kapoor and others seemed to give way to more nuanced approaches as it gained understanding of human biology and psychology. And what it was doing with me appeared to be something entirely different, controlled symbiosis rather than a complete takeover. The crystalline structures in my bloodstream had stabilized at a certain concentration, neither advancing nor receding, maintaining a delicate balance with my natural physiology. On the morning, we were scheduled to dock in Cape Town. Captain Larson visited my isolation room, speaking through the intercom rather than entering. We'll be arriving in 3 hours, he informed me, his face grave on the small monitor beside the observation window. I've been in communication with maritime authorities and port security. A medical quarantine team will meet us at a secure dock facility. How much have you told them? I asked. Enough to ensure proper containment protocols, not enough to cause panic. His expression softened slightly. Reeves, Thomas, I want you to know that whatever happens next, I'll do everything in my power to ensure you're treated humanely. I appreciate that, Captain. I managed a small smile. For what it's worth, I don't believe I pose an immediate threat. The entity seems contained for now. Perhaps, he acknowledged, but we can't take chances, not after what we witnessed on the Southern Star. As he turned to leave, I was struck by a sudden urgency. Captain, one more thing. The container M42, you said the company denied knowledge of anything unusual. That's right. According to them, it contained only what was listed on the manifest. We need to investigate them further. The Hernandez Research Center, if they found the entity, studied it. There may be more fragments out there, more potential contaminations. Larson's expression darkened. I've included that concern in my confidential report to authorities. But truthfully, Reeves, I don't know if anyone will believe the full story without proof. I'm the proof, I said quietly. Whatever's happening inside me is evidence of something beyond current scientific understanding. After Larson left, I returned to the terminal, completing my documentation with a growing sense of urgency. There were patterns to the entity's behavior, logical progressions that only became apparent when viewed holistically. Its initial manifestations as ice and water, then its movements through the ship's electrical systems, its gradual learning and adaptation, all pointed to something far more complex than a simple parasite or predator. I was making final notes when a strange sensation washed over me, a sudden awareness of danger that felt foreign yet unmistakable. The entity within me had awakened, stirred from its observer status to active alertness. What is it? I murmured aloud, scanning the isolation room for any change, any threat. The sensation intensified, a pressure behind my eyes, a coldness flooding my veins that was different from the physical chill I'd grown accustomed to. With it came fragmented impressions, movement, purpose, threat. And now? What is it trying to do inside you? I considered this question carefully. Adapt, I said finally. It's learning to exist within human physiology without overwhelming it, finding balance. Novak appeared skeptical but nodded. I'll get you that terminal. And Thomas, be careful. Whatever's happening inside you, don't assume you understand its intentions. We still don't know what we're dealing with. After she left, I lay back on the examination bed, staring at the ceiling. The soft hum of the ship's system surrounded me, so different from the creaking, ice-laden corridors of the Southern Star in its final hours. What do you want? I directed the thought inward, toward the alien presence I could sense but not quite touch. No response came in words or images, but I felt something stir within my consciousness. A shift, an acknowledgement. It was aware of my attempt at communication, even if true dialogue remained beyond our grasp. The next 3 days passed in a strange limbo of isolation and constant monitoring. True to her word, Novak provided a secure terminal, and I spent hours documenting everything I could recall about the entity, its manifestations, behaviors, the fragmentary insights I'd gleaned during our momentary connection. Fascinating patterns emerged in my analysis. The entity had shown clear evidence of learning, adaptation, and increasingly sophisticated strategies throughout its time aboard the Southern Star. Its initial aggressive transformations of Kapoor and others seemed to give way to more nuanced approaches as it gained understanding of human biology and psychology. And what it was doing with me appeared to be something entirely different, controlled symbiosis rather than a complete takeover. The crystalline structures in my bloodstream had stabilized at a certain concentration, neither advancing nor receding, maintaining a delicate balance with my natural physiology. On the morning, we were scheduled to dock in Cape Town. Captain Larson visited my isolation room, speaking through the intercom rather than entering. We'll be arriving in 3 hours, he informed me, his face grave on the small monitor beside the observation window. "I've been in communication with maritime authorities and port security. A medical quarantine team will meet us at a secure dock facility." "How much have you told them?" I asked. "Enough to ensure proper containment protocols, not enough to cause panic." His expression softened slightly. "Reeves, Thomas, I want you to know that whatever happens next, I'll do everything in my power to ensure you're treated humanely." "I appreciate that, Captain." I managed a small smile. "For what it's worth, I don't believe I pose an immediate threat. The entity seems contained for now." "Perhaps," he acknowledged, "but we can't take chances. Not after what we witnessed on the Southern Star." As he turned to leave, I was struck by a sudden urgency. "Captain, one more thing. The container M42, you said the company denied knowledge of anything unusual." "That's right. According to them, it contained only what was listed on the manifest. We need to investigate them further. The Hernandez Research Center, if they found the entity, studied it. There may be more fragments out there, more potential contaminations." Larson's expression darkened. "I've included that concern in my confidential report to authorities. But truthfully, Reeves, I don't know if anyone will believe the full story without proof." "I'm the proof," I said quietly. "Whatever's happening inside me is evidence of something beyond current scientific understanding." After Larson left, I returned to the terminal, completing my documentation with a growing sense of urgency. There were patterns to the entity's behavior, logical progressions that only became apparent when viewed holistically. Its initial manifestations as ice and water, then its movements through the ship's electrical systems, its gradual learning and adaptation, all pointed to something far more complex than a simple parasite or predator. I was making final notes when a strange sensation washed over me, a sudden awareness of danger that felt foreign yet unmistakable. The entity within me had awakened, stirred from its observer status to active alertness. "What is it?" I murmured aloud, scanning the isolation room for any change, any threat. The sensation intensified, a pressure behind my eyes, a coldness flooding my veins that was different from the physical chill I'd grown accustomed to. With it came fragmented impressions, movement, purpose, threat. The isolation room door slid open and Harrison entered, not in protective gear as protocol required, but in standard uniform, his expression grimly determined. "Thomas," he acknowledged, closing the door behind him. "James." I stood slowly, sensing something fundamentally wrong in his presence, his demeanor. "You're not supposed to be in here without protection." "No need for pretense," he said, his voice oddly flat. "We both know protective gear wouldn't make a difference." The entity's alertness within me spiked, a warning that resonated through my entire being. I studied Harrison more carefully. His posture too stiff, his complexion subtly wrong, a faint bluish tint to his skin that might be dismissed as a trick of the harsh medical lighting. "You're not Harrison," I realized aloud. "Not anymore." A smile crossed his face that never reached his eyes that I now noticed were darkening around the edges, the whites gradually being consumed by spreading blackness. "Parts of him remain," the thing wearing Harrison's form replied. "Useful parts, knowledge, skills." He tilted his head in that now familiar gesture that seemed universal to the entity regardless of which host it occupied. "Just as parts of you remain while you transform." "I'm not transforming," I countered. "Not like Kapoor, not like you." "Different methods, same outcome. We adapt to each host uniquely. You..." It studied me with those increasingly inhuman eyes. "You understood us, accepted us, so we approach differently. Slower, more collaborative." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the physical cold. "How did you survive?" "The ship exploded. We are many in one, parts scattered, survived. Found new hosts among those. Who searched the wreckage?" Harrison's face twisted into an approximation of amusement. "Humans so eager to help survivors. To touch. To save. The Norwegian crew. I whispered in horror. How many? Enough. This vessel serves our purpose now. Which is what? To reach land, to spread, to transform. This world is hostile to our natural form, but through hosts we can adapt it, make it suitable. The true scope of the threat suddenly crystallized in my mind. If the entity reached populated areas, its ability to transform humans into carriers could spread exponentially. The Southern Star had been isolated, contained by ocean. A major port city offered no such limitations. I can't let that happen, I said, calculating distances to the door, to the communication panel, to anything that might serve as a weapon. Harrison, or the thing using his form, seemed amused by my defiance. You are already part of us. The transformation progresses, even if you deny it. Soon you will understand. We'll join willingly. You keep saying that, but I don't feel like I'm losing control. I'm still me. Even as I spoke the words, I wondered if they were true. How would I know if my mind were being subtly altered, my perception shifted? Because your transformation follows a different path, not conquest, symbiosis. It stepped closer and I could feel the cold radiating from Harrison's body, more intense than my own. You are the bridge, Thomas Reeves, the interface between our kinds. Through you, we learn to coexist rather than merely consume. Is that what you want? Coexistence? Something like uncertainty flickered across Harrison's features. Want is complex. Survival is imperative. Adaptation is necessary. Your world is hostile to our natural state. We must change it or change ourselves. The ship's general alarm suddenly blared, a piercing electronic wail that suggested our conversation had not gone unnoticed. They know, Harrison's form observed calmly. Too late. We have reached critical distribution throughout this vessel. The process accelerates. The intercom crackled to life with Captain Larson's voice, tense with controlled panic. Security breach and medical isolation. All personnel initiate Emergency Protocol 7. Repeat Emergency Protocol 7. I recognized the code from maritime security training. It signaled a complete lockdown of the vessel, sealing all compartments and preventing docking. Harrison, or what controlled him, seemed unconcerned. Barriers will not stop us. We flow between, through water, through air, through systems. We adapt. But you need hosts, I countered, an idea forming. Human biology. Without us, you can't survive Earth's environment. Correct. Your thermal regulation systems provide necessary interface. Your neural networks allow for complex adaptation. Then we have a problem. If you transform all humans, consume us completely as you did with Kapoor and the others, you eliminate the very thing keeping you alive on this planet. The entity tilted Harrison's head, considering. Explain. Complete transformation destroys. What makes humans valuable to you? Our adaptability, our complex biology, our technology, all lost when you override our systems completely. Look at Kapoor. He became little more than a vessel, a puppet. But what I'm experiencing, I gestured to myself. This controlled symbiosis preserves what makes humans useful while incorporating your biology into ours. It's sustainable. The other approach isn't. The entity was silent for a long moment, Harrison's face unnaturally still, as it processed this information. Interesting perspective. An equilibrium rather than dominance. Yes. Coexistence instead of consumption. I took a cautious step forward. You said I'm a bridge. Let me be that. A mediator between our species. There must be a solution that allows both to survive without destroying each other. A pounding on the isolation room door interrupted us. Reeves, Dr. Novak's voice called through. Are you all right? Security reports Harrison breached containment. The entity in Harrison's form studied me with those increasingly black eyes. They will not understand. Will fear. Will attempt to destroy. Because you've given them reason to fear with your actions on the Southern Star, I countered. Let me explain to them. Show them that another approach is possible. The door's emergency override engaged with a hydraulic hiss, and Security Officer Foster appeared in the doorway, weapon raised. Her eyes widened at the sight of Harrison, whose transformation was now visibly progressing, skin paling to a blue-white hue, fingers elongating subtly. "Step away from him," Foster ordered, her weapon trained on Harrison's chest. "Wait." I raised my hands placatingly. "Don't shoot. We need to understand what we're dealing with." "I understand enough," Foster replied grimly. "It's infected Harrison, just like it did Kapoor, and now it's loose on this ship." Harrison's body moved with unsettling speed, crossing the space between us before Foster could react. One elongated hand grasped her weapon, freezing it instantly. The metal cracked and shattered in her grip, fragments falling to the floor like brittle ice. Foster stumbled backward, but Harrison's other hand caught her arm. Frost immediately spread across her sleeve, crystals forming on the fabric. "Stop!" I shouted, lunging forward to break his grip on her. To my surprise, the entity released Foster immediately, turning those black eyes on me with what almost seemed like curiosity. "Interesting," it said through Harrison's mouth. "You still prioritize them over us, despite our presence within you." "That's what coexistence means," I said, positioning myself between Harrison and Foster, who cradled her frost-burned arm, maintaining individual identity while acknowledging the connection. Captain Larson appeared in the doorway, flanked by Dr. Novak and 2 crew members from the Framtid, all wearing hastily donned protective gear. "Everyone out now," he ordered. "The ship is initiating emergency quarantine protocols." Too late. Harrison's voice had taken on a multi-tonal quality, as if multiple voices spoke simultaneously. "We have spread throughout this vessel. Many hosts already transforming." "Captain," I said urgently, "I need you to listen. There may be a way to contain this without more casualties." Larson's eyes darted between me and Harrison, suspicion evident. "You expect me to believe anything either of you say now? Look at him, Reeves. Look at what's happening to him." "I know, but I'm not like him. The entity is approaching me differently. A controlled symbiosis rather than a complete takeover." I struggled to find words that might convince him. "It's learning, Captain. Adapting not just physically but conceptually. I think I've convinced it that coexistence is more sustainable than conquest." Harrison, or the entity controlling him, tilted his head. "The concept has merit. Preservation of host functions while incorporating our adaptations. A new equilibrium." "And we're supposed to trust this?" Foster demanded, still cradling her injured arm. "After what happened on the Star?" "You don't have much choice," I pointed out. "If what Harrison says is true, the entity has already spread throughout this ship. Fighting it directly didn't work before, and it won't work now." "What are you suggesting?" Larson asked, his voice tight with controlled tension. "Let me communicate with it. Fully. Deeply. The way it tried to connect with me on the Star before. We were interrupted. I think I can negotiate terms that will protect humanity while allowing it to survive."
"That's insane," Foster objected. "You're talking about surrendering." "No. I'm talking about finding a third option besides destruction or domination." I turned to Harrison's transformed figure. "Isn't that right? You don't actually want to destroy humanity. You need us."
"Our biology, our adaptability, our knowledge," the entity considered this. "Correct. Complete eradication is inefficient, but resistance necessitates aggressive measures. And if there was no resistance? If we could find a way for both species to benefit?" Before the entity could respond, the ship lurched violently, throwing us all off balance. Emergency klaxons blared throughout the vessel. "What was that?" Novak demanded. Larson activated his communicator. "Bridge, report." The response came through garbled with static. "Captain, ice forming on the hull. Systems failing. Navigation compromised." "It's happening again," Foster said, her face pale. "Just like on the Star." I turned to Harrison's form. "Is this your doing? Are you transforming this ship too?" "Not by our choice," the entity replied. Self-preservation response. When hosts resist, automatic adaptation of environment. You need to stop it, I urged. Show them you can control your effects, that coexistence is possible. Harrison's black eyes fixed on me. We cannot simply stop. The process, once initiated, follows biological imperatives. But it paused, head tilting in that characteristic gesture. Through you, perhaps, the bridge exists for a reason. What do you mean? Your physiology contains both, human systems and our adaptations in balance. Through you, we might redirect, modulate. Another violent shudder ran through the ship, and the lights flickered ominously. The temperature in the room had dropped, significantly, our breath visible in clouds before us. Whatever you're going to do, Larson said grimly, do it fast. This ship is dying around us. I stepped closer to Harrison, ignoring Foster's warning cry. What do I need to do? The entity reached out with those two long fingers. Direct contact, full biological interface. Warning, the process is not comfortable. I hesitated only briefly before nodding. Do it. Harrison's transformed hand pressed against my forehead, just as the entity had done through Kapoor's form. On the southern star. The cold burned like fire, searing through my skull and into my consciousness. But this time, instead of merely receiving the alien awareness, I felt emerging, my human understanding blending with the entity's alien perspective in a synthesis that transcended both. Through this connection, I suddenly comprehended the entity on a fundamental level. Not a single organism, as I'd thought, but a collective consciousness composed of billions of microscopic components, each capable of independent function, yet bound in a neural network of staggering complexity. Not alive in the way Earth biology, defined life yet possessing awareness, intelligence, purpose, and I understood its dilemma. A being evolved for environments humans would find impossibly hostile, trying to survive in a world that was toxic to its natural form. Its aggressive transformation of hosts hadn't been malice but desperate adaptation, the biological equivalent of a drowning person gasping for air. More importantly, I could feel the transformative processes spreading throughout the ship. Ice, formations multiplying, systems failing, crew members changing. And through our connection, I realized I could influence these processes, modulate them, direct them. Containment, not conquest. I projected through our link. Coexistence, not consumption. The entity's consciousness, acknowledged, adapted, redirected. Throughout the ship, the ice formations stopped spreading, maintaining their current extent without advancing further. Transformed crew members ceased their aggressive actions, becoming still, waiting. I opened my eyes. Had they been closed? I couldn't remember, to find everyone staring at me with expressions ranging from fear to wonder. Harrison's transformed. Figure had withdrawn its hand from my forehead, but I could still feel the connection between us, a bridge between fundamentally different forms of life. It's done, I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears, slightly resonant, as if multiple tones spoke simultaneously. The transformation has been halted. The ship is stable for now. What did you do? Novak asked, her scientific curiosity overcoming her fear. We reached an understanding. I struggled to translate the complex exchange into human language. The entity needs cold to survive, but it doesn't need to transform everything or everyone. It can cohabitate, maintain a stable relationship with human hosts without completely overriding them. Like what's happening with you, Larson observed shrewdly. Yes, a symbiosis rather than a parasitic relationship. Mutual benefit instead of consumption. I gestured to Harrison. He was too far gone for a reversal, but the others, the crew members, in early stages of transformation, can be stabilized at a level that preserves their humanity while incorporating aspects of the entity. And we're supposed to just accept this, Foster demanded? Live with these things inside us? It's better than the alternative, I said quietly. Complete transformation or death. This way, humans retain their identity, their autonomy, while gaining certain adaptations. What kind of adaptations? Novak asked, her scientific mind clearly intrigued despite the situation. Resistance to extreme environments, enhanced cellular repair, extended lifespan. I listed the benefits I'd glimpsed through our connection. The entity gains sustainable hosts and protection from Earth's hostile environment. Humanity gains evolutionary advantages beyond anything we could achieve through normal means. You're talking about changing what it means to be human, Larson said, his expression troubled. Humanity has always changed, evolved, adapted, I countered. This is just accelerated evolution, guided rather than random. The ship's alarms suddenly silenced, leaving an eerie quiet in their wake. The communicator on Larson's belt crackled to life with the voice of the Fram Tiddom's captain. Larson? What's happening down there? Our sensors show the ice formations have stopped spreading, and several affected crew members have become non-aggressive. Larson looked at me questioningly. I nodded encouragement. We've reached a temporary understanding with the contaminant, Larson replied carefully. The situation is stable for now, but I recommend maintaining quarantine protocols until we can fully assess the implications. The next hours passed, in a strange calm as we worked to explain the situation to the Fram Tid's crew and assess the status of those partially transformed. Dr. Novak's examinations confirmed what I'd already known through my connection with the entity. 28. Crew members showed early stages of transformation, but all had stabilized at a level that preserved their human consciousness and identity while incorporating aspects of the entity's biology. Harrison remained the exception, too far transformed to return to human consciousness, yet seemingly content to serve as a direct conduit for the entity's communication. Through him, we established more formal terms for our uneasy coexistence, boundaries, limitations, expectations on both sides. As we approached Cape Town, the reality of our situation became increasingly clear. We couldn't simply return to human society carrying this alien biology within us. The risk of misunderstanding, of panic, of attempted eradication was too great. Captain Larson, after lengthy discussion with both ship's officers and representatives of the entity through Harrison and myself, made the difficult decision to redirect to a remote research station on the Namibian coast. There, isolated from population centers but with sufficient scientific resources, we could properly study what had happened to us and determine the safest path forward. The entity, through our connection, agreed to this containment, not out of submission but pragmatic recognition that gradual integration would be more successful than forced conquest. For the first time since its arrival on Earth, it had found a sustainable adaptation strategy, one that didn't require the complete transformation of its environment. I stood on the deck of the Fram Tid as the African coastline appeared on the horizon, the evening sun casting long shadows across the water. Dr. Novak joined me, her expression thoughtful as she observed the crystalline patterns that now decorated my skin in subtle, almost beautiful formations, visible evidence of the symbiosis taking place within me. What happens now? She asked quietly. If what you've told us is true, this changes everything. Biology, medicine, perhaps even our definition of humanity itself. Controlled introduction, I replied, the answer coming partly from my own thoughts and partly from the entity's understanding that now intertwined with mine. Careful study, voluntary integration for those who choose it with full understanding of the implications. And if humanity rejects this symbiosis, I considered this question carefully. The entity within me had no desire for conflict. It had learned that aggressive transformation was ultimately self-defeating in an environment like Earth. Yet it also possessed a powerful drive to survive, to spread, to adapt. I don't know, I admitted. For now, containment is the right approach. We need time, both humans and the entity, to fully understand what we've become together. Novak nodded, then asked the question that had clearly been troubling her. Thomas, are you still you, truly? I smiled, understanding her concern. Yes and no, I'm still Thomas Reeves. My memories, my personality, my core values remain intact. But I'm also more. My perspective has expanded to include aspects of the entity's consciousness. It's not a replacement, but an addition. Like having another voice in your head? More like having access to another way of thinking. Another set of senses. Another way of experiencing reality. I struggle to put the ineffable experience into words. It's not always comfortable, but it's not a loss of self either. It's an evolution. As the coast grew closer, I felt a complex mixture of emotions. My human anxiety about the future blending with the entity's patient certainty that adaptation would prevail. Whatever happened next, we would face it together, not as conqueror and conquered, but as reluctant partners in a biological revolution that neither species had anticipated, but both might ultimately benefit from. The entity had crossed vast interstellar distances, survived unimaginable cold, endured division and experimentation, all driven by the most fundamental imperative of life: survive, adapt, evolve. Humanity, with its remarkable adaptability and complex social structures, represented both its greatest threat and its greatest opportunity. And I stood at the interface between them, not fully human anymore, yet not consumed by the alien presence either. A bridge between worlds, a translator between incompatible biologies, a mediator between conflicting imperatives. The Framtid adjusted course toward the isolated research station that would be our home for the foreseeable future. As it did, I felt the entity's consciousness stir within me, observing through my eyes, learning through my thoughts, adapting to my biology in ways neither of us fully understood yet. Coexistence, I thought, the concept simultaneously human and alien, familiar and strange. Adaptation, the entity's consciousness responded, the concept resonating through the crystalline structures that now formed part of my being. Two species, fundamentally incompatible yet inextricably linked, finding a path forward that neither could have navigated alone. Whatever came next would be neither entirely human nor entirely alien, but something new, a hybrid existence born of necessity and mutual survival. The sun dipped below the horizon as Africa's coastline solidified before us, darkness spreading across the water like the entity had once spread through the southern star. But unlike that chaotic, destructive expansion, this darkness brought not fear but possibility, the unknown future we would create together. The Framtid docked at the remote Namibian research facility. 5 years of careful study, controlled experimentation, and gradual understanding of the symbiosis that now defines my existence and that of my fellow survivors. The facility has grown from a hastily established quarantine zone to a thriving research community. Scientists from around the world work here under strict containment protocols, studying what we've become while developing frameworks for potential wider integration. The entity, which we now call the symbiont in our official documentation, has proven remarkably adaptable. Through the balanced integration pioneered in my biology, it has learned to coexist with human hosts without overwhelming their identity or autonomy. In return, those of us carrying the symbiont have gained remarkable adaptations: resistance to extreme environments, accelerated healing, enhanced sensory perception. Harrison never recovered his human consciousness, but he remains with us as a direct conduit to the collective awareness of the symbiont. Through him, we maintain open communication about needs, boundaries, and mutual goals. Captain Larson serves as the facility's administrator, maintaining the delicate balance between scientific inquiry and security concerns. Dr. Novak leads the medical research team, her initial fear having given way to fascination with the biological implications of our condition. Foster left after the first year, unable to reconcile herself to what we were becoming. I sometimes wonder what she told the outside world about her experiences, though our location and the nature of our work remain classified at the highest levels. As for me, I continue to serve as the primary intermediary between human and symbiont consciousness, the bridge between worlds. The crystalline patterns on my skin have stabilized into an intricate network that many find beautiful despite their alien origin. My core temperature remains well below human normal, but my mind and identity remain fundamentally my own, even as they're expanded by the symbiont's perspective. The company that owned the specimens and the Hernandez Research Center have both been investigated thoroughly. As I suspected, they had discovered the original entity after it crashed in the Atlantic and had been studying it in secret, their experiments leading to the division that placed a fragment in container M42. Those responsible have faced consequences, though the full details remain classified. I still undergo regular medical examinations, blood tests that reveal the small black crystals that now form an integral part of my circulatory system. But unlike in those early, frightening days aboard the Southern Star, these structures no longer represent an invading contaminant but a carefully balanced component of my hybrid biology. The question of wider integration remains contentious. Some see the symbiont as the next stage in human evolution, offering adaptations that could help our species survive in an increasingly challenging environment. Others view it as a fundamental threat to human identity and autonomy, despite our evidence of successful coexistence. For now, we remain contained, not as prisoners, but as pioneers on the frontier of a new kind of existence. The symbiont has no desire for conflict, having learned through our connection that cooperative adaptation is more sustainable than conquest, and humanity, for all its fears, cannot deny the potential benefits of controlled integration. I sometimes stand at the facility's perimeter fence, looking out over the Atlantic where the Southern Star lies broken on the ocean floor. In those quiet moments, I feel the dual awareness that has become my normal state, my human contemplation of our journey and the symbiont's patient certainty that adaptation will prevail. The cold no longer bothers me. In fact, I find comfort in it, just as the symbiont has found comfort in the warmth of human consciousness. We have changed each other, transformed each other, yet neither has been erased in the process. And perhaps that is the most important lesson from our encounter. True adaptation isn't about conquest or submission, but about finding balance between seemingly incompatible existences, about building bridges rather than walls, about recognizing that survival often depends not on destroying the other, but on becoming something new together. The small black crystals will always circulate in my bloodstream, a constant reminder of how quickly everything can change when we encounter something truly alien. But they no longer represent a threat. They are simply part of who I am now, who we have become together.